that as long as, and she just said that we'll take care of that at the back end. Yep. Okay, thank you. Bye. Okay.
And we did find it in the YouTube listing for upcoming.
Okay.
And that's the one we ran it on.
Okay.
And it's running right now.
Okay.
In video and audio.
Okay.
And he'll send you a link.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I know.
Yes. I will never ever have enough pens.
And
Like,
for
in
some
my life,
reason, I
ever.
always do, and I'm like,
I found a drawer full of gavels, so we want, I was like, I need a pen.
one for you.
Well, but yeah, you need one, Karen. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom really fast. I'll be right back.
Once it stops, Zoom will say, once it, I want to see the full screen, just push this.
Thank you. That's a lot of fun. And then,
Yes,
we're gonna find it.
fine. He just showed you where.
Nope.
No.
He just said it was here, and it's here.
Right, so we play to recorder when he calls me. Yeah. Should I guess everyone else coming?
Said they were gonna.
I mean, stop.
Yes.
Okay. I can remember that. You remember it.
And then all I can do, I could.
I'm not leaving. I'll be here for at least 2 or 3 hours, so.
Thank you,
I'll be
thank
up.
you.
You
Okay.
need to, my extension
Yes.
is on the phone, you
Yes,
call me.
thank you.
Yes, that would be amazing. We have a handful, but we don't. We just until the baby. If it's first, we don't know when the baby's right. Would it be better to have two right now? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bye. I can close on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, bye. Oh, there's Anna right there. Okay, bye. She's bringing down Matt. Welcome. Sorry for keeping you on standby for that. Anna, thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, are we ready to begin? Madam Clerk, are we ready to begin?
Recording in progress.
Yes, Vice Chair Carpenter, the meeting is being recorded.
Would you please call roll?
Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair Carpenter. Thank you, Vice Chair Carpenter. Commissioner Castillo-Lawton.
Here.
Commissioner Goransky. Commissioner Mejia.
Present.
Commissioner Perea. Noting for the record, Commissioner Perea is absent. Commissioner Said,
Here, thank you.
Vice Chair Carpenter,
Here.
Chair Vega. Noting for the record, Chair Vega is absent. 5 members present, you have quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Castillo-Lawton, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All stand. This is the time in the meeting for public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Chair Vega, we do not have any comments for this meeting.
Chair Carpenter.
My apologies, Vice Chair Carpenter.
Thank you.
One more thing, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Noting for the record, the e-comments received 1 comments regarding item number 3.
Yes, ma'am. Any other comments?
No, Vice Chair Carpenter.
Thank you. Okay, then I guess we're moving on to the agenda and minutes, or the consent calendar, correct? Okay. I recommend the action for approval of minutes. Do we need a motion for the approval of the minutes?
I'll second.
Go ahead.
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the consent calendar. We move on now to staff presentations. Sergeant Brandon Sontag. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. We have to vote on the minutes. My apologies. Madam Clerk, could you conduct the vote, please?
Commissioner Castillo, motion to approve the minutes moved by Commissioner Castillo-Lawton, seconded by Commissioner Goransky. Commissioner Castillo-Lawton,
Yes.
Commissioner Goransky, Commissioner Mejia,
Yes.
Commissioner Perea. Noting for the record, Commissioner Perea is absent. Commissioner Said,
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Carpenter,
Yes, thank you.
Chair Vega. Noting for the record, Chair Vega is absent. Motion carries to approve the recommended action.
Okay, now that brings us to the end of the consent calendar. Now we can move on to the staff presentations. Sergeant Sontag, thank you.
All right, good evening. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to present to you. If you don't remember, my name is Brandon. Before I begin, I want to introduce you to somebody. Although I'll be presenting tonight, if you have extremely specific questions that I wanted to bring in an expert in the field. So to my left is Corporal Danny Carrillo. He is one of our traffic corporals, one of the supervisors that supervises the collision investigation unit. So he handles all of the fatal accident reconstructions and stuff like that. So if you have, again, super specific questions related to pursuits and or any kind of traffic collisions, I may bring up Corporal Carrillo. I just wanted you to know who he was, so it wasn't just some random cop that's coming up to talk to you guys. All right, so we'll begin. Tonight we're going to be covering vehicle pursuits and driver awareness specific to the policies from the Santa Ana Police Department. We'll begin with the definition. So that definition will be coming from Policy 307, which is our pursuit policy at the City of Santa Ana, and that's from Lexipol. We'll talk about all of the relevant policies and procedures specific to pursuits and driver awareness. And then we'll talk about the relevant California vehicle codes, and I've got a couple case laws so that it can hopefully tie everything together, and it'll give you a little more clarity as to how to apply the laws or how to apply the policies and procedures or how the law dictates that you should apply the policies and procedures. We'll get into some defensive driving, and this is more specific to what we teach during that 2-year cycle that we kind of talked about when we were doing driver awareness training and pursuit training at the City of Santa Ana. Again, that's required by post, but we'll get into exactly what it is that we teach, more practical application sense, and then we'll talk specifically about officer-involved traffic collisions, and I've got some statistics for you at the end of the presentation. All right, so here's the definition, and this is, again, straight out of Policy 307. I'll read it just for clarity purposes. It's the definition of a vehicle pursuit, which is an event involving one or more law enforcement officers attempting to apprehend a suspect who is attempting to avoid arrest while operating a motor vehicle by using high-speed driving or other evasive tactics, such as driving off of a highway, turning suddenly, or driving in a legal manner, but willfully failing to yield to an officer's signal to stop. Again, that's straight out of the Lexical Policy 307. Let's kind of get into more clarity as far as what else is covered in Policy 307, that pursuit policy within the City of Santa Ana. First and foremost, we're going to talk about our officers' responsibilities, and the first group of factors that we're going to kind of discuss is the factors leading to an officer to determine when to pursue a vehicle, what kind of balancing. You'll hear me talk about balancing a lot, and we're going to talk about that in relation to when to pursue and when to terminate, and some of the things that go into an officer's kind of mentality as we go through it. So one of those factors at the forefront is the seriousness of the crime. Right? Is this simple CVC violations, or is this much more of maybe it's a string of robberies? We have a vehicle that's been identified as being involved. Is it a homicide suspect? Where are we at as far as that foundation? Understanding completely in a proactive sense, when an officer only has CVC violations and we have a pursuit initiated off of that, it is sometimes leads to much more felonious type activity. So it's something to consider. Yes, sir.
What is a CVC violation?
I'm sorry, California Vehicle Code. And like I said, we'll get into specifics of those as far as how they kind of go back and forth with our policies, and then how it's taught to our officers, the important ones dealing specifically with pursuits and due regard as far as our driving standards. The next factor that we're talking about, and this is again when an officer determines when to pursue, is the balancing of the suspected offense, and that balancing act that, again, you'll hear me talk about a lot, is the risk to the greater community, right? Some of those things to consider. What time of day is it? Where is this pursuit occurring? Is this maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon, traditionally when many of the elementary, high school, middle schools get out? Are we approaching one of those locations? These are all factors to consider, including the number of drivers on the road. Maybe there's a lot of pedestrian activity. Maybe it's one of those parades that we have in downtown where we have streets blocked off. Those are all different determining factors as far as that cost-benefit analysis. Again, if we have a felonious crime where it's extremely serious, maybe dangerous, maybe a violent felony, then maybe we'll potentially consider continuing that pursuit as compared to it's just a CVC violation. Maybe we can determine something else to do at a later point in time. So that safety of the public is paramount when it comes to the balancing act we're referring to. And then it comes to the officer's familiarity with where exactly they are, right? We have a large city. It's 26, almost 27 square miles. You may have been in a certain location within the city of Santa Ana for the vast majority of your career, and you just moved to a new location, a new one of those 4 districts that we have. How familiar is that officer with the location, and how comfortable do they feel continuing to call that pursuit, being the solo or primary officer in the pursuit? The weather conditions, the traffic conditions, all of those are also going to take into play here, especially the road conditions, right? I'm sure you guys operate your vehicles in the city of Santa Ana. We have almost every street in the city, I think, under some form of construction right now. That all plays into when exactly are we going to continue or terminate this pursuit. The weather. Occasionally, maybe a couple times a year, early in the morning, we get that really thick fog for whatever reason where you can't see 100 feet in front of you. Probably not an ideal time to be getting into a pursuit. Likewise, if we have a torrential downpour, not very often, but it does occur every now and again. If we have some kind of mitigating factors when it comes to weather, that's going to be playing a part, and that's going to, again, go into those balancing acts of when to initiate and when to terminate pursuit. Then we're going to talk about if we happen to know the identity of suspect. Again, if it's that string of robberies that we talked about, and we can potentially, we have the felony that we've already got as far as the numerous robberies or the string of robberies to why this individual is wanted, and now we can articulate the additional felony evading. Maybe the juice isn't worth the squeeze, that proverbial statement, and we live to play another day because the risk to the community, the risk to the residents outweighs the need to apprehend that individual right now. And again, that's one of the factors. The performance capabilities of the vehicles involved, right? I think you kind of know what we drive as Santa Ana police officers. There's numerous different types of vehicles out there. I'll give you a perfect example. About 13, 14 years ago, I got into pursuit at about 300 South Jackson at about 3 in the morning, and it was one of those Cadillac CTSs. So by the time we got to First and Fairview and you kind of went around the bend, I lost sight of the vehicle. My vehicle, my black and white, was not going to catch a Cadillac CTS, no matter how amazing of a driver I am and how terrible of a driver they are, unless they crash. And again, that's where that balancing comes in. I don't really want to try and justify why I continue to pursue nothing but taillights, or at this point in time, I'm just running around with my lights and sirens on. So I initiated, or I terminated my own pursuit in a situation like that. But a lot of that has to do with the performance capabilities, not only of our vehicles, but of the vehicle that we may be chasing. The emergency lighting and siren, right? So you'll notice on some of our vehicles, there's interior lights and no exterior lights except for on the push bars, right? So some of ours, they kind of call them subdued lights. They're in the front driver's window, across the window inside the vehicle, as compared to many of our black and whites that have it on the exterior, much more easy to see. Now, we can still pursue with those interior lights, but I've been assigned one of those for 3 years, coming up to a controlled intersection, you're not seen quite as readily as you are when you have those exterior lights flashing and kind of casting shadows and reflecting off of numerous different objects, numerous different vehicles. So it is something to consider as far as that goes. And then kind of into the performance aspect of it, what speed are they driving? I may pursue a high-end sports car if they're still operating that vehicle in a relatively safe manner and they're not driving too excessively fast. At the same time, the second that they start throwing that gas pedal down and we're going 80 through a residential community, now we're starting to get to that balancing act of we may want to terminate that pursuit just for the safety of all people involved. Any kind of other persons that are in the vehicle? Yes, sir.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Just to note, Commissioner Pereira has arrived at 5:15.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carpenter.
Sure. And Commissioner Pereira, don't worry, this is the first slide. So, and I think I'm only on when to pursue. I haven't even gotten to when to terminate. So you didn't miss much. What it comes down to, are there other people in the vehicle, right? Sometimes, for example, if we have a shooting that occurs and it's rival gangs that are going back and forth, we can, in essence, and we know for a fact there's multiple people in that vehicle, it's an assumption, but it's an educated assumption based on training and experience that those individuals in the car are probably going to be on the same side, and it's not necessarily a hostage situation. At the same time, if it is a hostage situation, it's a kidnapping case that we've been working, we locate the vehicle, the individual doesn't have the ability to get out, that may be something that, again, causes that balancing act to maybe we're going to continue to pursue this because we may not get a second chance to save that individual. So those are, again, factors that are kind of go back and forth. And then what kind of availability do we have of other resources, right? Air support, a vehicle locator or deactivation, right? We have undercover units that do have vehicle locators. They'll have GPS on and tracking ability of certain vehicles depending on why this individual is wanted in the first place. Oftentimes, if it's a newer model vehicle and we're talking about a stolen car, if we get into a pursuit, OnStar can cut the engine to that vehicle and it stops the pursuit relatively quickly. Again, that's a newer model car, not necessarily a 93 Honda Civic that is going to start going into that weight that we're talking about when it comes to are we going to continue to pursue or are we not going to continue to pursue. Now that we've talked about when to pursue, we have additional factors as to when to terminate that pursuit. At the same time, those are going to be kind of, some of them are going to be relatively similar, but they kind of go towards that balancing act that we've been talking about. So one of those is the distance between the pursuing vehicle and the fleeing vehicle. So if I'm in pursuit, like I wasn't with that CTS, and I have no vehicle, I can't see the vehicle, let's be honest, am I truly in pursuit at that point? Probably not. So at that point, I'm gonna more than likely, or in my case, I terminated the pursuit because I'm not really chasing anything. I'm not really in pursuit. I'm guessing at where this individual may have gone. At that point, again, balancing those things that we've talked about, not worth it, we're gonna terminate that pursuit. Part of that is if the vehicle's location is not already known, we can't see it, it may have turned down a side street, it may have parked, we don't know where it is, we're gonna terminate that pursuit. If our vehicles, our police vehicles, sustain any kind of mechanical damage, right? We pop a tire during the course of that pursuit, maybe our lights and sirens no longer work. If our lights and sirens don't work, now we're gonna be outside of the California Vehicle Code, which we'll talk about at a later point in time, but we're gonna have to terminate that pursuit. If I can no longer talk to dispatch, maybe my radio goes down. I don't have the ability to communicate with my partners or dispatch, I'm gonna terminate that pursuit because it's no longer safe for myself, nor is it safe for the individual I'm chasing. If the lighting equipment, like we talked about, the emergency lights and sirens, if those go down, again, we're gonna be outside of that CVC or the California Vehicle Code, and we'll talk about the section that falls under. We're gonna terminate the pursuit in that case as well. If we do know the identity of the suspect, not all the time, it depends on what they're wanted for, right? I can't give you a blanket statement and say every single time that we know the identity, we're gonna terminate the pursuit. It's gonna depend on the totality of the circumstances. What is this individual wanted for? Is there violence involved? Is it a violent crime? Is it a violent felony? Those are all factors that are gonna determine, yes, we may know who they are. We may be able to follow up at a later date and time, but we may see this one through or try and see this one through. Again, that's gonna be completely circumstantial based and situational based. And then at what point in time are we going to determine all we're chasing this individual for, as far as we know it, is a CVC violation? That's where that kind of watch commander, one of the things that you got to advise is what you're chasing the individual for. If it's just simply CVC violations, we're not going to probably chase somebody on the wrong side of the freeway when they're going speeds of 100 plus miles an hour. It's just, again, that's undue danger to the community as a whole, not worth it to us, not worth it to somebody that could get hit, not worth it even to the suspect. Those are kind of the main factors that we're talking about in when to terminate those pursuits. So now we're going to talk, those were the considerations on when to pursue and when to terminate. So now we're going to kind of move on to who should pursue. So while it's very obvious, I think you've all seen a black and white Santa Ana police car. Most of our cars have the exterior lights that we've talked about. We also have motor officers that can initiate a pursuit. Now, the way that we operate in the city of Santa Ana, if a motor officer initiates a pursuit, the second a marked black and white car arrives on scene, they're going to take primary, the motorcycle is going to kind of go into a secondary role. At some point, that motor officer may be completely replaced and simply trail, and we'll get into what a trailing is in a little bit. But the reason for that, motorcycles are much more difficult to see than black and white marked cars with exterior lights. It's very dangerous for that motor officer involved, as it is for the citizens that may not necessarily see the motor officer, because again, they're a lot more difficult to see than that marked black and white. We have undercover vehicles. Some of those vehicles have the capacity with lights and sirens, but they're usually internal, not external. They can initiate a pursuit. Same rules apply. The second a marked black and white is available and they come on scene, they're gonna take primary. That individual is gonna continue to potentially just end up in a trailing role, depending on how many marked units we can get to them. So it's also one of those things as far as why we do what we do. The danger for those motors and those unmarked cars is substantially greater than a marked black and white car. It's more likely to see a marked black and white. People know what the lights and sirens look like on those as compared to the motorcycle and those unmarked cars. So just things to consider in addition. We're going to talk about the primary unit responsibility. The primary unit in a police pursuit is that first unit that makes contact or attempts to initiate a car stop leading to a pursuit. So that's what we call the primary unit. They have certain responsibilities as that primary unit until they can get maybe a secondary unit or multiple other units to arrive on scene. So one of the things that they're going to be putting out is the location, the direction of travel, and the estimated speed of that vehicle. That's usually done in kind of one fell swoop. And then we have different aspects that continue to go down. We're going to provide the license plate, potentially a description of the vehicle. Even if it does have a license plate, we may provide a description because the license plate may not match the vehicle. Again, sometimes that signifies a potential stolen vehicle, which is a felony as compared to the CVC violations that we initially pulled the car over for. So we're going to at least give some kind of description of the vehicle. If it matches the license plate, great. Now it's one more thing that if we lose this or we terminate the pursuit, maybe we could potentially do some follow-up, knowing full well that that was the vehicle or that was the license plate assigned to that vehicle. Any kind of known or suspected weapons that are in that car. Again, if we have a shooting that occurs in a gang neighborhood and one of our officers having some foresight goes to the rival gang neighborhood and sees that a matching description that was put out as a potential suspect, we were probably going to put out like, hey, gun's still outstanding to our knowledge. That's something everybody should be aware of, especially if they were just in a violent crime. It shows a tendency or a preponderance towards violence, and now we're in a pursuit of that vehicle. We need to know that the gun's still outstanding. So that's going to be one of the things that's also thrown out by that primary officer. The number of suspects or the number of occupants in the vehicle, if we know the potential role of those individuals, that could be thrown out as well. But if we don't, just a simple number. Why that comes into play is because traditionally, we will simply have a primary officer in pursuit, a secondary officer to back up that primary, a supervisor, and maybe a canine. Now, change the facts, change the outcome. We're going to have 4 people in that car. Would that not justify potentially more officers into that pursuit? Sure, but that's going to be a case-by-case basis, and that's one of the things that we're looking as supervisors and the watch commanders listening for. Well, how many people do we have in the car? Do we need to up the number of officers allowed in this pursuit? Just one of those factors. Weather, road, and traffic conditions. Again, you're probably going to get a little more leeway from the supervisors in the field. If it's 3 a.m, traffic is extremely light, there's no pedestrian activity, there's no anticipated activity that we know about in the area, maybe we let that one go slightly longer than, again, the opposite, 3 p.m, school's getting out. It's not summertime, it's more traditional, like a February timeframe where school's in session. Those are going to be factors that we need the officer to throw out as far as the time. Any additional resources or equipment. If they're a officer who's been in pursuits, this is all going to be kind of second nature. It's going to come out relatively quickly, right? If they happen to be circling the same neighborhood or the same area, that's usually a signal that we may want to use a stop sticks. That could be something that the primary officer may try and throw out as an option, again, with supervisor approval, things to that nature. And then if for example, we're on the border of our city and as the primary officer tried to pull the vehicle over, maybe a Fountain Valley or one of our neighboring agencies was nearby and they joined the pursuit, that primary officer needs to say, hey, like, I don't know who's behind me, but I do have a marked unit with me in the pursuit. So that's going to be, again, just so kind of understanding of where we're going and what that officer is going to be putting out, because again, they're going to be dispatching everything on their own until the arrival of a secondary officer. Once that secondary officer arrives, traditionally, it's going to be a situation where that secondary officer becomes the communicator. They're going to put out any information that the primary has not put out, and then they will take all that communication role while the primary is simply now focused on who they are chasing in this pursuit. Oftentimes, we have officers riding in 2-officer cars, right? What we call an alpha car. In that situation, the driver's going to drive and the passenger is going to be the one on the radio doing all of the roles of that primary officer. All right, let's, for the argument's sake, just go traditional single officer vehicle, single officer suspect, single officer vehicle is the primary. Our secondary unit is a single officer vehicle as well. They have certain things to advise or to notify dispatch. Number one, they have to notify dispatch that they're in the pursuit, right? Again, that's not only for dispatch and situational awareness for all of the officers involved, but the supervisors are going to need to know that because, again, they may be counting, well, how many units do we have in this? Traditional Santa Ana, like I mentioned, primary, secondary, supervisor, canine is typically what you'll see. But like we talked about, there's some factors that go into that as well. They're going to make sure that they follow at a safe distance from that primary unit. The last thing you want is that primary unit to slam on the brakes, and now all of a sudden our secondary officer slams into the back of them because they were following too closely. So there's got to be a little bit of a window or a pillow or a cushion between our primary officer and our secondary officer. Any additional? Yes, ma'am. That's going to be case by case basis. And that's going to be dependent upon where are we at. I'll give you a perfect example. 2009, I want to say, I was in a pursuit of a vehicle that we got onto the 5 freeway at First Street, and we got off the freeway. They ended up crashing at Alicia, 16 miles. It took us 6 minutes. We didn't get under 120 miles an hour, but it was also 3 in the morning. Not really a whole lot of people on the roadway. And then that's going to be dependent upon, okay, how is this individual sounding? If they're sounding like I'm sounding talking to you, hopefully I'm not sounding too stressed and scared up here. But if it's a more conversational tone on the radio, that's going to be a factor, one of those kind of unwritten factors the supervisor has. If they're a little hinked up, they're screaming in the radio, maybe the octaves have gone from a deep voice to a more high-pitched voice, okay, maybe the stress is getting to them. Maybe that's going to be something that, again, contributes to why a supervisor may terminate that pursuit. So it's going to be case-by-case basis. Now, 120 down a residential neighborhood, yeah, probably not. Mm-hmm. Yep. So we talked about the primary units, the secondary units, and those responsibilities, and we're going to get into the consideration or pursuit-specific driving. So what we're talking about in a situation like that is when we're getting ready to, or when we're in a pursuit, let's say, for example, we got into a pursuit. We have our primary, we have our secondary, we have our supervisor, we have our canine. Those are the 4 units. It's a solo occupant in the suspect vehicle. Well, we're probably going to have numerous other officers responding to the location. They're going to have different roles as well. They may have to take the role of blocking intersections, right? The goal is not to have this individual crash, not to cause any undue concern to the residents or elevate those risk factors to the residents. Let's make sure that we're blocking those intersections. That's another factor as to why we would continue to initiate or continue a pursuit, given maybe some erratic driving on behalf of the suspect. If we have those controlled intersections with officers already there ahead of the pursuit, almost in essence anticipating where they're going to go, that's going to be something that we can kind of consider as to why we'd continue to pursue as compared to maybe fall out of that pursuit. So when you are getting into controlled intersections, that's one of those dangerous things because, again, 4-way intersections, the suspect is more than likely not going to clear those lanes. That's something that we have to do by law. We'll talk about those laws at a later point, and I'll kind of show you a graphic as to how we teach our officers to clear those intersections. But that's something to consider. There's also those, once we're trailing the pursuit, maybe we gave up that pursuit. Maybe it got onto the freeway and we allowed CHP to take over. Hey, Santa Ana, can you ask CHP to take over the pursuit for us? It happens occasionally. Maybe a supervisor or the watch commander will make that call. At that point in time, you can have the primary unit and maybe the secondary unit, again, depending on how many individuals we have in that car, take a trailing aspect. So in essence, CHP would take over that pursuit, however they want to do it, and we would go follow behind at a safe distance without lights and sirens, sometimes just with the lights on, just to warn the people behind us, the civilians or the residents behind us that are driving on that freeway, that there's something going on up ahead. But that's an option that we always have as far as trailing that pursuit. Again, and that's if we hand it off to another agency, whether that's CHP, whether that's Tustin, any number of reasons. So when we're talking about some responsibilities when it comes to who's going to oversee this, we have supervisors that are required to, in the very least, try and respond to a pursuit. They're going to have certain responsibilities above and beyond what that primary and secondary officer's role are. Some of those responsibilities are notifying dispatch, either I'm monitoring, which is basically advising dispatch, I'm trying to get there, I'm trying to get to that pursuit so that I can have visual observation of the pursuit, but they're going to at least advise dispatch that they're on their way. Typically, that's going to be handled by the sergeant and or the corporal in the sergeant's absence of the unit that's of the area where this pursuit was initiated. That's typically how it's going to go. Once they've advised, once they arrive on that on scene of the pursuit, that's when they'll advise dispatch, hey, I'm 97, or I'm on scene, I'm at the pursuit, I'm within the pursuit, I'm involved in the pursuit. That's one of the responsibilities that they're going to have at the first and foremost. Engaging in the pursuit when appropriate, if they can make it there. Again, if it's a lengthy pursuit, we're going to have a supervisor get there as soon as they possibly can. It may take some time, again, depending on where the supervisor was at the onset of this pursuit. Their job is to exercise management and control. In essence, it's their scene. They are there by proxy of the watch commander sitting at the office in the police department. They're the supervisor on scene. They have to make sure that they exercise that management and make sure that the resources that are needed by the officers involved in the pursuit are going to be available to them. So it's extremely important for them to be there. They always have the call. They can terminate the pursuit for whatever reason, right? We've talked about a couple different factors. Maybe the primary officer is too task saturated, too involved, too closely related to the pursuit, right? Their stress level may be high. They may not have that 10,000-yard view, that elevated kind of trying to see everything from multiple different perspectives. That's why we have that supervisor there. They may make that determination, this is not worth it. We're going to terminate it because it's causing undue risk. That risk factor is getting too high for the citizens or the residents of the city. Make sure if the primary or secondary has not asked for certain resources, air support, additional police officers, if that's what is needed. All of those things are going to kind of fall to the supervisor if they're not already handled by the primary or secondary officer involved. And then make sure that we use the proper radio channel. We're going to use our traditional radio channel in the city of Santa Ana, but the second we go outside of our city, we're going to get onto what's called Red Channel, which is a countywide channel. In essence, if I get on that channel, every police department and sheriff's department employee, officer, or deputy that's in the field is going to hear my broadcast. If we leave the city of Santa Ana, that's the radio channel we're going to change to. We have to make sure that if we're leaving the city, we need to get to that radio channel because we're going to need to notify those agencies that we may be coming into their jurisdiction, whether that's CHP or whether that's one of our neighboring agencies.
I have a question.
yes,
and
ma'am.
You might answer this later, so if it's later, that's fine. What circumstances justify or is a protocol to call for helicopter support?
Typically, that's one of the first things that we're going to ask for is the helicopter. Why? Because they have the ability to see a lot more than we do. We're going to up to a controlled intersection. I can only see what's in front of me. And again, we're a densely populated city. I'm going to have a bunch of blind intersections that I can't see. Having a helicopter overhead, they'll tell you right in the radio transmission, hey, you've got cross traffic coming. So that's one of the first things that we do. Now, their availability may not be there. So while we typically use the sheriff's department helicopter, if they're not there, and this is one of those things that we really need a helicopter, we can reach out to Huntington Beach, HB1. We can reach out to Anaheim and use Angel. We can reach out to CHP and use their helicopter. So we have different options if our primary helicopter is not available, but that's always something that we do request pretty much immediately once a pursuit is initiated.
How many does the city own?
We don't own any. We have a contract with the sheriff's department currently, and they have one of our officers that are as a pilot over there, and we utilize them as a countywide resource. A couple more factors or a couple more things that the supervisor has to kind of take into account and to make sure that they are following. They need to at least make sure that the watch commander is notified. Typically what happens in a pursuit situation is the second a pursuit begins, our dispatchers are extremely good at calling down to the watch commander. I've had the opportunity to sit in the watch commander's office at times, and you'll get a call from dispatch like, hey, just making sure you copy the pursuit, and they'll typically give you the location. We have radios in the watch commander's office that we can turn up. Typically, one's always on the red channel, that countywide channel, and then the other one's typically on our primary channel. We can always grab other radios if maybe we have a search warrant going on, an off channel or something of that nature. But if in the very least, the watch commander should be advised, and the sergeant or supervisor should make sure that the watch commander is advised. If we were to leave the jurisdiction, that supervisor is going to be in charge of those Santa Ana units. So it's not uncommon for us to go into another jurisdiction and a felony car stop occurs at the termination point of a pursuit. Maybe those other agencies got involved. Okay, well, that sergeant's going to be there running that scene for our officers. And typically, if we have enough of those officers, we're going to take the primary role. They will take a secondary role, and we'll handle that situation. And they'll kind of just give us the room to do it and make it safe for us as far as blocking any kind of roadways or any kind of pedestrian traffic, depending on where that situation goes. And then at the conclusion of any pursuit, no matter how it concludes, we're going to have that post-pursuit review and the documentation. If it's just a simple pursuit, what I mean by simple pursuit is we pursue a vehicle and the vehicle eventually says, I'm done running, and pulls over. There's no traffic accident involved. There's no kind of collision. Nobody's hurt. There's no use of force at the termination point. That's simply going to be a documentation that supervisor is going to do, a relatively minor documentation, what we would refer to as a blue team. If it involved any kind of injury, depending on the level of use of force, or maybe a canine deployment, traffic collision as a result of that pursuit, now we're going to get into a more lengthy report, commonly referred to as like an administrative investigation. Either way, no matter what, whether it was very, very minor or serious, maybe a fatality as a result of this pursuit, there's going to be that supervisor who's doing a investigation on it. So once we talked about that supervisor role, obviously in essence, especially on a graveyard shift, the chief of police at the police department, the acting highest authority is the watch commander. So whether that's maybe a sergeant because the watch commander took the night off, or it's an actual watch commander, which is a commander rank, they have certain responsibilities as well, right? Number one is to simply monitor from their location what's going on in the pursuit. If they don't like the way it sounds, again, maybe it's too much inflection in the voice, too risky, too much speed, too many bystanders or pedestrians or traffic on the road, they can also cancel the pursuit. So that's always an option that they have. But they're there to assess that situation and rely on that supervisor. Again, they're in an office. They can only see what they can see, which is not a whole lot of that pursuit, let's be honest. They're going to rely on that supervisor to kind of keep them informed as to what's going on, if anything is more hazardous or maybe less hazardous than as it appears on scene. There may be conversations going on between that watch commander and that sergeant during the course of the pursuit. And then no matter what we talked about, the sergeant or the supervisor doing that post-pursuit review and documentation, again, whether that's a minor blue team or whether that's a more serious administrative investigation, the watch commander is going to review both of those to determine were policies followed, do we need additional training, how are we going to go about clearing this case as far as from that watch commander's role. When we talk about do you have a question, ma'am?
Yeah.
What do you got?
Do all pursuits end in arrest? Because what I'm hearing is that you have a process in which you're already deciphering whether this is worth pursuing. So I'm making the assumption that when you make that decision, you've already gone through the list to justify that. So then, do all pursuits end in arrest?
It depends how the pursuit is terminated. If the watch commander gets on the radio or a sergeant gets on the radio, hey, in cop jargon, 1022 the pursuit, in essence, cancel the pursuit, that's not going to end in an arrest at that point in time. Now, maybe we have been able to identify who that individual is. We can write an arrest warrant and serve it at a later point in time. That will eventually end in an arrest, but no, not every pursuit ends in an arrest. And I've got the statistics at the end that'll kind of show you some vehicles elude capture. And that's, again, maybe because they got away, maybe because we canceled the pursuit. When we're talking about those interjurisdictional considerations, whether it's us going into another jurisdiction, it's the call of the primary, secondary, and that supervisor as to whether we're going to relinquish that pursuit. Typically, it's honestly going to be at the whim of that supervisor, whether or not we're going to relinquish or whether or not we're going to continue taking the lead role in that pursuit, simply asking that other agency, hey, we're coming, please block the intersections, here's the direction of travel, and updating them along the way. But that's going to be the determination of the supervisor, watch commander, or any of the units involved in that pursuit. Something to consider is sometimes we have other agencies initiate a pursuit in their city and it leads to Santa Ana. So give you two different circumstances. If another agency is in pursuit, let's say Tustin is in pursuit, they come into Santa Ana. If they do not ask for our help, then we're simply going to do what we can to protect the residents of Santa Ana and block intersections the best we can in trying to figure out where this individual is going, trying to make assumptions as to where this individual is going, block those intersections, provide as much safety as we can for our residents, and let Tustin do their thing. All right? If they ask for help, then we'll get involved. But it has to be something that they ask for. It's not something that an officer is going to take the onus and do so on his own, except for one caveat. If I happen to be at Harbor and McFadden and I see a Fountain Valley solo unit, one unit in Fountain Valley in pursuit, I can make that determination. Obviously, once I advise dispatch, my supervisor, all of that aspect over the radio, hey, I got a Fountain Valley unit in pursuit, he's solo, I'm going to join in. Now, there's always that ability for that supervisor to say, no, you're not. But that's going to be dependent upon the circumstances at hand. We have certain intervention techniques that we can utilize at the city of Santa Ana. Just be aware, they come with different sets of circumstances and different sets of situations where we would and would not use those. Obviously, first and foremost is firearms. If that threat to the officer is simply the vehicle involved, traditionally firearms are not going to be the method that we're going to utilize to stop that vehicle. It's not a shall not, but it's one of those where it's strongly worded that you should probably not try to utilize a firearm if the threat is the vehicle alone. Now, change the facts, change the outcome. We have an individual in a vehicle who's armed with a gun shooting at us. Okay, depending on where we are, we're not going to be in our car shooting car to car or anything like that. But if we happen to, maybe the car pulls over and now it's slow rolling as we're trying to do like a felony car stop, and there's a shooting that occurs, okay, that's a different set of facts and circumstances. We're now shooting because the individual is an imminent threat, right? Like we talked about 835 Alpha Charlie 1. That's a different set of circumstances than that vehicle being that threat, all right? Firearm inside the vehicle being utilized against you, different than the vehicle itself. A couple things that we can do, there's blocking maneuvers that we can do. We are allowed to box vehicles in. We can ram and end that pursuit with legal intervention. Doesn't happen very often. We can use roadblocks. I'll be honest with you, in my 18 years on the job, I've never seen us use a roadblock. I don't think any of my partners can say that they have either, but it is a tool that we can utilize maybe for a very specific set of circumstances. It's a possibility. The typical yes, sir.
Quick question for you. Are you the Santa Ana Police Department automatically notified when there's somebody in pursuit of something? Like you gave the example of the Fountain Valley guy on his own. He didn't get on the red channel and say anything, and you understand what I'm saying? Is there any kind of notification system when somebody enters a city on a pursuit? Traditionally,
The way that it's meant to operate is if I leave our city, I'm going to get from my, what we call Green One, our primary radio channel, I'm going to get on the countywide channel, red channel, hey, Station 31, which is our station advisor, be advised I'm in pursuit. I'm maybe eastbound 17th from Euclid, in essence going into another city's jurisdiction, giving them the heads up. Now, again, some people, maybe they're an agency that doesn't get in a lot of pursuits, and maybe that officer has never actually gone to red channel.
Okay.
So there's factors that we have to kind of determine, and that's one of the things that we have that ability to join that pursuit if it's just that single vehicle, again, once we make the notifications that we have to make.
Understood. So it's a manual operation, for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then the final intervention technique that we utilize the most is those stop sticks, right? Those tire deflation devices. In essence, it's a bunch of spikes on a block that kind of rolls into the street. Again, that takes, number one, decent aim, decent timing, and the ability to actually do it. You're not going to try and do that on Bristol when it's 3 lanes of traffic in each direction. your ability to do that and the risk to the officer trying to put those in the right location, maybe not quite advisable. Now, in a residential neighborhood, like maybe 9th west of Rate, if you've ever seen that street, it's extremely narrow. That would be a great street. If we knew, for example, that they were getting ready to go that route, that would be an ideal street for a stop stick, because you can only get one car through because the north and south curb lines are bordered by parked vehicles. See the difference in those two things? But those are going to be the intervention techniques that we utilize the most. All right, when we get sent to a call, this is going to be 308 in our policies, and this is going to be our response to calls. There's 4 times that you will see us responding code 3. Code 3, if you're not familiar with it, is a fancy way of saying, or police jargon for saying, we're responding with lights and sirens. So the lights are going to be illuminated, the sirens will be audible. And these are the 4 set of circumstances that we're going to respond. Fire, emergency, rescue, or pursuit. Typically, we are only going to send one code 3, one unit at a time with lights and sirens. That has been changing more and more. My guesstimation as to the reason that's been changing is when 835 changed, totality of the circumstances, that definition, 835 Echo 3, that we've kind of talked about in my use of force one, the totality of the circumstances, all of the conduct of the officer leading up to the use of force and or deadly force. Okay, well, if I respond to, let's say, a rescue, right? I have a domestic situation. I'm the only one that responds code 3. I respond. Maybe I don't turn my lights and siren off quick enough, and now the suspect knows, and I am in a confrontation without my partner there. Did my response solo, not waiting for my partner, or maybe falling into the wrong set of circumstances, I didn't wait. Now I'm in a situation where I'm solo, and it leads to a shooting. Do my pre-shooting conduct, does that not go towards the totality of the circumstances? Absolutely. Sometimes we have units close in proximity to another. So for example, they'll send me code 3, but I'm hanging out with Corporal Carrillo, and he's gonna get on the radio, hey, I'm with him, I'll go code 3 as well. And that's up to the supervisor of those units to say yes or no, and then they'll both respond code 3. If it's an alpha car, okay, we can send that car, like we said, alpha car meaning 2 officers in that vehicle. We can send that vehicle code 3 and not have too much concern. The reason that we were typically only sending 1 is because it does raise the risk of us crashing into one another. If I don't know where my partner's responding from and we're both going, in essence, towards the same location, it kind of increases that ability for us to crash into one another if we don't necessarily know where each other is. And we're driving at slightly higher rate of speed because of the fire, emergency rescue, or pursuit. Okay?
I have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So, so what I'm understanding is that the response, the sirens are only used if necessary, and you try to reduce the amount of that.
Yes.
What are the protocols of also alerting civilians? So for example, there's been a couple of situations where I'm driving the city and I just see like a Santa Ana PD vehicle do a sharp U, and I assume that they're following someone, they're going to a pursuit, but there's no alertness on anyone near that. That can also cause potential accidents. What are the policies around that?
It's always the policy to follow the rules of the roadway, which we'll get into that vehicle code here shortly. But it depends on, I can't give you every set of circumstances as to why that officer would quickly do a U-turn. Maybe it was a call for just a regular, what we call a code 1, like I don't need you to respond with lights and sirens, but I'd like a partner here. Maybe it's something like that, and they're in the opposite direction. That's a reason why they may do that quick U-turn. It may be a situation where they necessarily weren't sent the code 3 response because they were further away, but they're still gonna respond there just in case more additional resources or officers are needed. So there's any number of reasons as to why an officer would do that quick maneuver to go the opposite direction without the lights and sirens. We'll move on to policy 501, which is our traffic collision reporting policy. The overall responsibility of traffic collisions and reporting procedures is going to be our traffic commander. Every single one of the traffic reports that we take in the city of Santa Ana is utilizing the Crossroads collision software. So in essence, if we're going to take a report, it's going to be on that. We have no handwritten reports pursuant to traffic collisions anymore. It's all within that system. That traffic commander will eventually see that report. Each month. They do a monthly review of all of those and provide a report, and they also do a larger quarterly report and then a final annual report at the end of each year. Those reports that I talked about, the monthly, quarterly, annually, all forwarded to the Field Operations Bureau Chief and then eventually to the Chief of Police. When we're talking about what's our policy, how do we handle officer-involved traffic collisions? So I'm going to give you a couple different circumstances, and we're going to kind of go from there. So let's say it's a city vehicle, and they back into a pole at the Santa Ana Police Department. There's no damage to the pole. There's no damage to the police vehicle or the employee vehicle. In essence, you can't tell that there was a traffic collision that occurred. That is dependent upon the supervisor and the conversations that go on. That is okay for us to document in a more general, what we call an information report, and that's because there was no injury, there was no damage, there wasn't any of the typical things you'll see in a traffic collision. Again, we're going to start changing the facts, which is going to change the outcome and how those things get investigated. So if we have a employee of the Santa Ana Police Department that crashes and there is injury or damage, in a typical situation, we are going to send out one of our motor officers, right? One of our officers who's more highly trained than a typical patrol officer, one of our specialists, so to say, to take that report if it's during certain hours. If it happens to be at 3 in the morning, you're probably going to get a patrol officer that investigates that at the onset. Whether it's a motor or whether it's a patrol officer that investigates it, what's going to happen once they're done, again, they're only going to have limited resources to find out what they can, and they're going to generate that report with the information they have at the time. That's going to get sent to Corporal Carrillo's unit, the collision investigators, and they will review every single employee involved collision at the Santa Ana Police Department. Now, they have the ability, much like, say, for example, a patrol officer may take a assault with a deadly weapon, maybe a shooting. They're going to do the onset, and then it may be forwarded to homicide detectives if it ends up in death, or the ones who handle those assault with a deadly weapon cases in the homicide unit. They have a lot more resources than your typical patrol cop at, let's say, 3 in the morning. Corporal Carrillo will go out there just simply like our homicide unit would, and they'll do additional follow-up, look for surveillance footage. They'll do door knocks if it's one of those situations they can maybe locate witnesses that we didn't find at the time. All right, so let's now change it a little bit more, and we'll say that it's a city-owned vehicle with injury or death, and that occurs in the city of Santa Ana. So an employee of the city of Santa Ana gets into a traffic collision, and there's injury or death involved. Typically, at that point, the watch commander would be notified. The watch commander would have a conversation with the traffic commander. It's going to be up to them to determine, are we going to handle this internally, or are we going to reach out to, typically we reach out on some of those situations to CHP, California Highway Patrol. Again, that's what they do for a living. They take traffic accidents. That's their bread and butter. They're going to be better at it. And for the sake of transparency, it's going to look better than us handling it internally. So that's an option that we do have. But again, that's going to come down to the discretion of the watch commander and the traffic commander. Slightly different set of circumstances. Injury or death occurs as a result of a city employee involved, or I'm sorry, a city of Santa Ana Police Department employee involved in a traffic collision outside of the city. That's going to be dependent upon the jurisdiction that it occurs in. They will take the lead in that, and we will take an ancillary back roll and let them do their investigation.
When you say city, you said it at the end, so I'm assuming that it's for all. When you say city employee, you mean Santa Ana PD, not just any?
I mean Santa Ana PD employee, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Vehicle use. So at the beginning of every shift, you are required to do a vehicle inspection. This is for several reasons. There's a requirement, if I'm going to get a pursuit, to have a steady red facing light on my bar, whether it's internal or external. That's my mechanism to initiate a traffic stop in the very least. I'm also required, if it's going to be a pursuit, to have a siren that's functioning. That's part of that vehicle inspection. Making sure your seatbelts are all in a functioning manner. Making sure, for example, my car partner that worked day shift and now I'm getting on it at night shift, didn't leave narcotics, a gun, or any kind of illegal substances in the back of my seat because one of his arrestees happened to drop that or try and conceal that. That's part of that vehicle inspection. And that's typically something that we will document in the police report should it lead to a pursuit, just saying that we did a daily inspection of the vehicle. The lights and sirens were in operating capacity and functioning the way that they're supposed to. That's going to be a caveat, and it'll come into play once we get into the vehicle code sections. Any damage is going to, if it's, let's be honest, we're in cars a lot. Minor dinks, dents, scratches, they may kind of go beyond notice. If it's a major dent and it's something new that I'm coming on shift, I haven't seen this dent, and my bumper's kind of caved in, yeah, I'm gonna have to advise the supervisor, and we're gonna have to fill out some paperwork, damage to city property form, if we don't know how it was caused. It goes without saying, we do have a seatbelt policy at the city of Santa Ana. It's a requirement that all members, when operating a motor vehicle, a city of Santa Ana Police Department vehicle, you're going to be wearing a seatbelt. Your job is to ensure all of your passengers are wearing a seatbelt. Again, that's in 1011 or 1011, our seatbelt policy. That's, again, relatively obvious, but we'll cover it. So here's some of the California vehicle codes that we were talking about. Some of them I'm going to read, some of them I'm not, but you guys all have them in front of you. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask at any point in time. So 17,001. A public entity is liable for death or injury to person or property proximately caused by a negligent or wrongful act or omission in the operation of any motor vehicle by an employee of the public entity acting within the scope of his employment. In essence, there are times where if we cause death during the course of a pursuit, we can be held liable for that. 17,004, we can also, we're not liable for civil damages on account of personal injury or death of any person or damage to property resulting from the operation in the line of duty of an authorized emergency vehicle while responding to an emergency call or when in the immediate pursuit of an actual or suspected violator of the law, or when responding to, but not upon returning from a fire alarm or other emergency call. The way that we protect ourselves from being liable is, number one, operating pursuant to our policies and procedures within the city of Santa Ana. But is that caveat the next one down, which is 17,004.7? That one kind of lays out for us to be immune or potentially immune from civil liability. There's certain things that need to be codified in our policies. That's why we have a pursuit policy. It's a requirement by law that we have a pursuit policy. And that particular vehicle code lays out what needs to be in your pursuit policy. If you do not have that and you get into a traffic accident, you're automatically going to be liable for it. So that's that requirement. Next one, we're talking about 21052. This is the rules of the road. All of us are required to follow the rules of the road, right? If you operate with a California driver's license, it is a requirement to follow the rules of the road. That doesn't change for law enforcement, except when you start looking at 21055. So that one is I'm not going to read that one because that's a lot, and I think everybody in here can read if you're interested, but those are the exemptions from when we do not have to follow the rules of the road. However, as we get on to the next slide, which we're talking about 21056, there is a requirement that we have to operate that vehicle with due regard. In essence, 21055 provides us an exemption from 21052, which is the rules of the road, but it does not relieve us from driving with due regard. Okay, so again, we need to have a policy, 17,004.7. We still have to follow the rules of the road, except when responding to this kind of codifies, 21056 codifies that, or I'm sorry, 21055 codifies our response in a fire, emergency, rescue, or pursuit. And then 21056 still says, even if you're doing all of those things, or one of those things, you still have the responsibility to drive with due regard. Clear as mud? Any kind of questions on that? All right, the next one is 21806. It's the requirement to yield to authorized vehicles if an emergency vehicle which is sounding a siren and which has at least one lighted lamp exhibiting a red light that is visible under normal atmospheric conditions from a distance of 1,000 feet to the front of the vehicle. This is why we do that inspection I talked about, right? One of the requirements is that solid, steady red light, illuminated, visible, normal atmospheric conditions 1,000 feet. That's one of the things that's required. Now, 21807, very similar to the prior couple vehicle codes that we talked about. This is again, you guys are exempt, but at the same time, understand you have to drive with due regard. You can't be going 100 miles an hour down a residential street, and because you have your license sirens on, you're okay. So that's where that due regard comes in. That's where that balancing test that we've been talking about. Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding the use of the sirens.
Yes, sir.
There's been a couple times that I've seen a police car, come at the intersection. The light is red, and then all of a sudden the sirens go off, to stop all incoming traffic, and passes the red light, and then sirens go off, and the cop car goes at regular speed like that. So I wonder what are some situations that might prompt that? I mean, especially if the patrol car doesn't seem to be in a sense of urgency to continue, with the sirens on and going, increased speed, but just passing this, turning on the sirens to just pass the intersection. What might prompt something like that?
So typically when a unit is sent code 3 with those lights and sirens, again, let's say, for example, we send 2 cars. The way that dispatch determines who's going to be sent, you're the closest unit, you're going regardless of the area it's in or the district it's assigned to. If you're closest, you're going. Now, the reason you have something like that is because maybe you have another officer that isn't necessarily as close as they were, but they're still going to rush to get there, again, depending on what the call for service is. If it's that fire, emergency rescue, or pursuit, they may do that to simply get safely through that intersection and then continue on. Because they're not authorized code 3, they're going to continue on without the lights and sirens, again, so that they're within policy as far as not responding code 3 the entire duration of that. So that's maybe one time that would be utilized.
Thank you.
And then 22-350 is our basic speed law. I don't think that one needs any more explanation. Again, we're exempt from doing the basic speed law, but there's that caveat of due regard, regardless of the basic speed law and those requirements. So we've talked a lot about case law and how that case law can help us kind of figure out what we're going to look into as far as those policy and procedures, how those are seen by the courts. And so I got a couple cases up there that we're going to kind of talk through. So I'll give you a lot of the facts and circumstances of these cases. Stark versus City of Los Angeles. This was a case where it happened in, obviously, Los Angeles. There's a marked Los Angeles Police Department vehicle. It's following another suspect vehicle, so to say, for lack of a better term. They're following that individual, but the siren is not audible. It has not been turned on, and nor has the overhead light. So in essence, they're almost just driving behind the vehicle. The vehicle starts to speed up. The cops start to speed up. They start kind of breaking vehicle code violations, running stop signs, running red lights. The officer never, ever turns on his lights or sirens. That suspect vehicle crashes. Okay? Were they in pursuit? City of Los Angeles says, we were not in pursuit. We did not have the siren audible, nor did we have our forward facing steady red. The appellate court says, au contraire, once you start following a vehicle and that vehicle is making very obvious signs that they're trying to get away, you're in pursuit whether your lights and sirens are on or not, okay? So one of those cases that's important for our officers to know, maybe you start following a vehicle, the second that vehicle starts making multiple different attempts or perceived attempts to get away, they start breaking multiple vehicle code violations, throw on that red light and siren, because that's going to save you as far as now we can start getting into, well, we were authorized to have our lights and sirens on. We were trying to drive with due regard. It wasn't, again, where something so egregious, if we get into a collision, we're at least covered and safe by the vehicle code. So that's something that we kind of push out with that case law, something to be aware of. Lewis versus Sacramento County.
I have a question, actually,
Yes, ma'am.
following up on that. So in that scenario, if the officer is not pursuing the vehicle, but following the vehicle, what in essence is the difference then? And what would, because at the beginning you mentioned all these procedures that you have to justify a pursuit, but if somebody's following a vehicle, right? So like, let's say somebody is following me and I know that I'm not doing anything illegal, I'm still driving, that still can bring some nervousness, right, to the driver. So what would be a reason why the officers are following someone? and not calling it a pursuit, but still behind a vehicle for quite a length of time?
Well, first and foremost, it may be an assumption on the person being followed. We may just be going to relatively the same location. Why would they continue to do that? This case was out of, I believe, 1989.
Okay.
So this was a while ago. And they may have been, again, when you don't have case law saying that you have to follow within these parameters of these particular laws, there's a shade of gray, and maybe they've been operating in that shade of gray. I can't attest to those specific, that specific case as to what the officers were thinking.
But what they're doing now is what you had explained earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct, yes, ma'am. When we're talking about Lewis versus Sacramento County, we have a Sacramento police officer and a Sacramento County deputy who respond to a call. Completely unrelated to what I'm about to explain. They're at a call, they get done with that call, again, completely unrelated to what's about to occur. They're making small talk, they see a motorcycle approaching at high speeds. The the police officer tells the motorcyclist to stop verbally, yells at him to stop, is able to turn on the the lights in the car, not the sirens, but the lights in the car. In essence, gave a verbal advisal, hey, stop, pull over, lights come on, vehicle doesn't stop, both of those officers get into a pursuit. At some point in time, the motorcycle crashes. There's two people on the motorcycle, you have a driver and a rear passenger. Motorcycle crashes, and it's kind of around a blind curve. I think you can understand where I'm going with this. The deputy involved ends up running over the passenger, killing him. So the family of Mr. Lewis, hence Lewis versus Sacramento County, obviously sues. There's a lawsuit of a violation of his 14th Amendment. And the Supreme Court ends up making the determination, and I'll read it to you and then kind of try to explain it. A police officer does not violate substantive due process by causing death through deliberate or reckless indifference to life in a high-speed automobile chase aimed at apprehending suspected offender. In essence, there was nothing that those officers were doing that was so egregious as to shock the conscience as to why they would have been held liable. They were simply pursuing a vehicle. It was a tragic set of circumstances, almost a very specific set of circumstances that led to the untimely death of Mr. Lewis. But at the same time, there was nothing that the officers did to proximately cause that death. So that's why the Supreme Court ruled on that one. Yes, ma'am.
Wait till I turn that thing on. What's the difference between an officer and a deputy? What does one do the other doesn't do?
Deputy, they both do the same function, it's just at what capacity they do them. I'm a Santa Ana police officer, I work in the city of Santa Ana. Like an Orange County Sheriff's deputy, they work in all of the unincorporated cities or any city that has asked for their police services because maybe they're not big enough, they can't afford a private police, or not a private, but a municipal police department.
All right, thank you.
Brower versus Inyo. This is a pursuit of a stolen vehicle. It's a relatively lengthy pursuit. And again, just to kind of show you, this was also back sometime in the 80s, I believe. There's a lengthy pursuit of a stolen vehicle. The officers are kind of assuming where this vehicle is going. They set up a roadblock. They set up a roadblock around a blind turn. They use an 18-wheeler. They put it across all lanes of traffic. Then they utilize the police car and shine the bright lights of the police car on the oncoming suspect. In essence, as this suspect comes around the turn, all they see is bright lights. Next thing you know, they obviously crash into the 18-wheeler, killing him. There's a lawsuit that takes place. It was Title 42 USC 1983, which is an excessive force allegation, right? You seized me, a Fourth Amendment rights violation. You seized me, but in doing so, you used excessive force to do so. The Supreme Court ruled that you guys utilized a dead man's roadblock. You gave the suspect no opportunity to comply. Yes, we understand you were in pursuit, but at the time that you put that roadblock up, it wasn't something that the individual could see for 10 miles. It was behind a blind curve, and in essence, you blinded the suspect as they were approaching. They did not have the ability to comply with the roadblock. So they were held liable in that situation. Next one, Grant versus Petronella. This is one of those things that we're talking about with due regard. So our deputy here is responding to a call for service. It is an emergency, but he is not operating with lights and sirens. He's simply driving down the number 1 lane at 85 miles an hour. When a motorist, not seeing the deputy approach, pulls into the number one lane, a collision occurs, there's a lawsuit as a result of that. In essence, our officer failed to drive with that due regard that we're talking about, right? It is beyond the scope of rational, logical thought to be driving 85 down even, city of Santa Ana, correct me if I'm wrong, Corporal Carrillo, but I do believe 45 miles an hour is the highest speed limit we have in the city. So by me driving 85, is that showing due regard? No, it doesn't really matter what I'm responding to. Now, is there a time where maybe I do drive 85 in pursuit? Potentially. Or drive 85 responding to a emergency call where my lights and sirens are on? Yes, but in this situation, we just have a deputy driving 85 miles per hour down the number one lane, no lights, no sirens. Tough to react to that. In essence, the agency was held liable because of that violation of that due regard in 21056. Final one is Scott v. Harris. So this one's got two different ramifications. The first and foremost, let me lay it out for you. This occurred in Georgia. It was a more rural part of Georgia. This was in early 90s, I want to say. There's a pursuit that goes on. It's a roughly half an hour pursuit. As the pursuit is going on, small town Georgia, the deputies kind of realize that we're getting closer and closer in proximity to, I don't remember if it was a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi distribution center. Basically, the largest number of residents in that area work at this Pepsi or Coca-Cola distributing center. They happen to know the shift changes at 4:30 in the morning. They're approaching that location, and it's almost 4:30 in the morning. In essence, what the deputies understand, or the officer understands, Officer Scott in this case, understands is, if I don't do something to stop this vehicle, my issues are going to compound exponentially when all of these individuals that work at this facility are released and they're starting to go home. Right now, we have light traffic. 10 minutes from now or 5 minutes from now, we may not have light traffic. Again, the risk is going to increase exponentially. He asked for and was authorized to utilize the pit maneuver. He utilized the pit maneuver. Typically, when you utilize the pit maneuver, just for reference, pit maneuver is when you basically tap the rear quarter panel, causing the vehicle to spin out and crash, thereby potentially ending the pursuit. City of Santa Ana, we do not authorize the pit maneuver for our officers to utilize, just in case you have any questions about that in the future. In this situation, 70 miles per hour, they utilized the pit maneuver. Again, not ideal, but there was a method behind why they did what they did. When they utilized the pit maneuver, obviously the vehicle crashes. The crash causes Mr. Harris to become a quadriplegic. He's not killed, but he's hurt very, very severely. Obviously, again, he sues. Excessive force allegation, Title 42 U.S.C. 1983, excessive force. You seized me, but you did so, and when you did so, you used excessive force. It goes all the way up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court rules, and they basically said, hey, there was specific sets of circumstances as to why the officer did what he did. And given those facts and circumstances, it was objectively reasonable for them to utilize deadly force, which is what they said, that, pitting of another vehicle at 70 miles per hour, it's not a far stretch to assume severe injury and or death. In essence, they used deadly force, but the Supreme Court said this was objectively reasonable in this situation to use deadly force. The reason I say it had twofold ramifications. This was one of the first cases, to my knowledge, that the Supreme Court utilized dash cam video in a court proceeding. Officer Scott had his facts and circumstances articulating this is the way that Mr. Harris was driving, right? He was blowing through red lights. He was running people off of the road. He was blowing through stop signs. He was not driving with due regard whatsoever. He was causing unneeded danger to the residents and community at large. Mr. Harris has his variation. He says, no, that's not what happened. I followed all the rules of the road. I was not running red lights. I was not breaking any vehicle code violations. That's a lie. Well, what are we going to go to? We're going to go to that dash cam video. When we use that dash cam video, you see exactly what Officer Scott said you were going to see. He's driving people off the road. He's running red lights. He's going into opposite lanes of traffic because we're talking about a two-way roadway here. Again, rural Georgia. So he's doing everything that Officer Scott says. In essence, what the Supreme Court also said, caveat to that, it's reasonable, objectively reasonable to use deadly force in these facts and circumstances. The other thing that they said is, when you have in this case, dash cam video that blatantly contradicts one individual's articulation of what occurred, you're not going to take that person as a credible witness because it's very obvious that they lied. The video, and I throw this one out to officers all the time. This is why we use the body-worn cameras the way that we do. If I have my body-worn camera on, it doesn't have emotions. It doesn't see or hear anything that's not there. It only sees what it sees. It hears what it hears. If I have the evidence on camera, whether it's body-worn or dash cam, the Supreme Court's already said if I have contradictory evidence and it's on that camera, then that camera is going to be utilized more so than the allegations made by the individual suing the law enforcement entity. Okay? Now we're going to kind of get into more specific kind of driving techniques, more practical application exercises, and some talk about that. We're going to talk about defensive driving, weight transfer, rear wheel cheat, front end swing, backing, and lane by lane clearance. Defensive driving is basically an assumption by the driver of the vehicle, in our case, a police officer driving down the street. We understand sometimes people get nervous at us being there. If we happen to turn on those lights and sirens, we don't necessarily know how people are going to react. Some people yield and pull to the right, some do not. We need to be aware, regardless of right-of-way, regardless of who's right, quote unquote, or who's wrong, we have to try to assume what's going to occur, and we have to do that defensive driving. We have to react properly to hazards, right? I think you guys all know we have a homeless population. Sometimes they travel within the roadway, and sometimes if it's late at night, it's difficult to see. We're going to have to be able to react those, not driving too fast, that we don't have that reactionary gap that we need. And then to maintain that professional attitude. The last thing I think anybody wants is for an individual to accidentally cut off a police officer, and next thing you know, you're getting, let's say, followed extremely closely by that officer. Not exactly professional, not exactly the image we want to portray as the police department. We got to be professional, understanding people make mistakes all the time. We make mistakes, everybody's going to make mistakes. Some attitudes that we try to, I guess, diminish is that overconfidence, right? Some of our younger officers or some of our older officers, doesn't necessarily have to do with time on. Sometimes it's just genetic makeup or attitude. They're overconfident. They think they're a lot better drivers than they truly are. Maybe they thought they were going to be in NASCAR and instead decided to be a cop. That overconfidence plays into it. That performance of the vehicle isn't the same depending on the wear and tear in that vehicle. That's something that the officer needs to be aware of. Just because you're in a black and white doesn't mean that self-righteous attitude doesn't mean that we can operate however we want to. That due regard, there's a couple caveats in that vehicle code that we've already talked about, and we've seen it play out in court. If we don't operate with that due regard, that's going to be on us. So that self-righteous attitude, not exactly ideal when you're operating a motor vehicle. That impatience, that can cloud your judgment, right? I'm guilty of it. I'm glad we're not watching some of my video, a body-worn camera, when I was responding code 3 and I didn't have people yielding as fast as I thought they should. But again, we're focused on the task at hand, trying to get there in a safe manner. There's a requirement that they pull to the right, understanding we have to be patient and allow people the opportunity to do so, not try and zoom around them and now we cause an accident because they were actually getting ready to yield and now we're colliding with them. That's going to be something we have to take into account, so we're going to talk about that. Preoccupation. If you've ever been in a police car, seen the inside of a police car, it's a relatively confined area because we have a lot of stuff in there. Not only do we have our gear typically in the passenger seat full of any number of resources, but we've got that computer in there. We've got the regular radio, right? I'll be honest with you, we listen to music in the patrol car when we're not maybe responding to a call for service. Maybe in between calls for service, that may be on in the background. So that's a factor. The computer, like I talked about, we still have all the paneling on the vehicle. All of those panels do certain things, right? I can turn on my passenger headlamp with a little flick of a switch. I can turn on my driver headlamp. Typically, most of our officers will keep that on all the time and just utilize the toggle switch on the actual headlamp itself to keep it on and off. But there's a lot of stuff in that vehicle. We can't be consumed with all of that stuff and be preoccupied. And that you'll see very often when it comes to training of younger officers. So talk about a couple way vehicles operate. So we have that weight transfer, which is the transfer of weight from side to side or front to back, depending on the actions of the driver of that vehicle. So it's longitudinal or lateral movement of that vehicle based on acceleration, deceleration, steering, braking, or any combination. In essence, if you've ever slammed on the brakes of your car, what occurs? The front end dips, the back end kind of rears up a little bit. That's what we're talking about in that weight transfer. If you happen to overcorrect, right? I see a hazard in the roadway, I slam my wheel to the left, what's gonna happen? I'm probably gonna end up overcorrecting, slamming my wheel to the right. So what's gonna occur? Initially, I'm gonna, on my left side, when I make that left turn, is going to dip, my right side is gonna raise. When I then overcorrect, what's gonna occur? Now my right side's gonna dip and my left side's gonna raise. That's the weight transfer we're kind of talking about. The bigger the vehicle, the more of a weight transfer you're gonna have. Luckily, none of us drive semi-trucks, but you can imagine, or those, tall buses that you see in other countries, yeah, those can tip over relatively easily. So rear wheel cheat. This sounds a lot more complicated than it is, but this occurs anytime a vehicle is turned from a straight path. There's a couple illustrations as to what it looks like, but in essence, what it is when a vehicle is turned, the rear wheels will follow a path inside of those front wheels. That's why if I'm trying to turn around a pole, I'll clear the front end, but I may not clear that back end. That's that rear wheel cheat, okay? That's one of the things that we're constantly reminding officers because the vast majority of our traffic collisions are done at slow speeds. We tend to not drive so well at slow speeds for whatever reason. This is one of the reasons that we see a lot of it, is that rear wheel cheat, right? Those back tires are gonna go inside the path of the front tires. Very similar is that front end swing, except this is now, did you have a question, ma'am? Oh, okay. The front end swing, relatively similar, but now we're talking about backing up. As we turn from that straight path, the front tires are gonna swing much wider than those back tires. So I may clear that obstacle and not hit that obstacle, and that can be as much as 4 feet. So I may not hit that obstacle with my back end, but I'm gonna hit it with my front end because I wasn't aware of that front end swing that occurs. Backing, slowly and smoothly, right? It's not like we're, to age myself from the childhood show that I watched, Knight Rider, we're not Michael Knight coming out of the back of the car, backing up and then twirling that vehicle on a rapid pace, right? We're gonna do it slowly and in a safe fashion, keeping in mind front end swing, rear wheel cheat. Those are things to keep in mind, especially when you're backing up, because that's when they come into effect. Use mirrors and or cameras, right? The vast majority of our police cars, not all of them, but the vast majority of our police cars do have the ability with rear end cameras. They're illuminated inside the vehicle. It's another luxury that we have. The way that my neck works, I don't have a whole lot of movement, too much training on the jiu-jitsu mats. So I tend to I'll clear my hazards looking over both shoulders, and then I'll typically use the camera. Why? Because that kind of gives me a better perception than trying to look over my shoulder with the way that my neck operates. And that's one of the things that we kind of make sure that those officers understand. If you're unsure of a hazard, did I back up close proximity to a pole that I can't see? Well, if I have a question about it, it's probably a lot safer for me to simply get out rather than assume, and now all of a sudden I caused a traffic collision because I crashed my car into a pole that I couldn't see during the course of myself backing up.
Well, do the cars have the backup camera like the
Yes,
other
the
cars?
vast majority of our vehicles do.
Yeah.
There are still some that do not.
They're wonderful.
They are.
Okay.
They are. I agree. So, lane by lane clearance. This is when we're approaching a controlled intersection. So let's say, for example, I am driving. There I am in my police car. Sorry, I didn't have the ability to put lights and sirens on there, but there I am approaching a controlled intersection. I have my lights and sirens on. Let's say I understand it's a busy time of day, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't have that many vehicles that are going to present themselves in my slide, but let's just say at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I think you guys know what the busy intersections look like. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm approaching this intersection. I want to make sure I'm not just going to buzz through it, because that would be driving without the due regard that's required of me, even if I'm responding to that fire, emergency, rescue, or pursuit. So I approach this intersection. My lights and sirens are on. What am I concerned with? Okay, well, that vehicle saw me, so it stopped. That vehicle saw me, it stopped. Am I good now to go because I can assume that everybody is now aware of me? Oh, not so much, right? So here's how I'm going to do that lane by lane clearance. Let's first clear the first hazard we're going to have. That first hazard is that first lane closest to me. So that's where I'm going to clear first, because that's the first lane that could, in essence, harm me if I continue in there in that controlled intersection without clearing all my lanes of traffic. Next one, I'm just going to go down the line. Once I've cleared that, I'm guaranteed, or I've made sure, sometimes it's, if it's daytime situation, you can make eye contact with those drivers, and that's one way to make sure, okay, I made eye contact with them, they understand I'm here, they see everything, now I can kind of go into that controlled intersection. Once I go into that controlled intersection, what do I have in that number one lane of traffic that I have to be concerned with? A large vehicle. That's going to cause me some blind spots. So yes, my first order of business is to make sure that vehicle is stopped, right? Do the same exact thing, but I have to go lane by lane, and I may have to inch up at a slow pace to do so that I can see behind that semi-truck. Because if I don't happen to clear, and I will tell you, it's always that last lane of traffic where we make that assumption like, okay, I cleared 5 out of the 6, we're good to go, right? And then what's going to happen? Yeah, I'm not going to see the motorcyclist. Whose fault is that going to be? Well, that's going to be mine. So that's why we make sure that we do that lane by lane clearance, first threat first, and then all the way back until the last one possible. All right, so that's how we do that lane by lane clearance. That's how we teach it, and that's why we teach it.
This might be a dumb question, but are you trying to go straight or are you trying to make a left turn?
No, I'm trying to go straight in this
Okay.
instance. Here's some practical applications. The last 2 times that we did advanced officer training related to pursuits and driver awareness, these were the courses of travel. So if you look at that one on the left, if you look at that arrow that kind of pulls in to the driveway number 1, that's the first maneuver that vehicle is going to do. It's then going to back up, again, keeping in that rear wheel cheat, or that front end swing, I'm sorry, in this situation. It's then going to drive down. Go to the second optic there on the left-hand side. It's going to pull forward. Now you're going to have to back that vehicle in. Now is where that rear wheel cheat comes in, and then you're going to have to pull that thing back down that driveway, or this is a false driveway, but it takes into account rear wheel cheat, front end swing. The one on the right side is an offset lane exercise. This is the one that we just utilized when we did pursuit training and driver awareness in beginning spring of this year. This is the one that we utilized. We ask our motor officers, the delineators there that are causing the barriers are cones. That way, if our officer does crash into them during the course of training, number 1, it's at slow speeds, and number 2, it's not going to cause any damage to the vehicle. And it's a learning environment. That's why we're there. But our traffic officers come out, they set up these cones because they're the experts at things like this. In essence, all you're doing is driving down that alleyway, again, keeping in mind front end swing, rear wheel cheat, and then you're going to back out the same exact way that you came. So let's talk about some statistics. For the sake of consistency, the last time I spoke to you, it was during the course of uses of force, and I gave you a 5-year window. For the sake of consistency, I'm giving you that exact same 5-year window. So we're talking January 1st of 2018 to December 31st of 2023. We had 544 pursuits. Now understand, we have numerous employees at the city of Santa Ana. The only ones that are pursuing people, police officers, detectives, sworn law enforcement officials are going to be the ones in pursuit. So we had 544. Next is the breakdown with the numerics on the left and then the percentage that those numerics correlate to on the right in that pie chart to kind of give you kind of an understanding of the percentages. So legal intervention, we had 2 in that 5-year period. Equipment vehicle failure. So our patrol car no longer works. That's what ended the pursuit. And these on the left are all causes of the ending of these pursuits. Our equipment or vehicle failed. We dropped out of that pursuit, terminated that pursuit. That happened 5 occasions. There's 5 that are relatively recent or are still ongoing investigations that are towards the end of 2023. So they're still being looked at and investigated, and they haven't come to fruition as far as the investigation being complete. So we don't have the exact reason as to why those pursuits terminated. 6 were stop 6, that intervention technique that we talked about. 14, we asked an outside agency, whether that was CHP or another city, to take over that pursuit. And then we went into that trailing role that we talked about at the beginning of this course of instruction. 43, eluded capture, right? Commissioner Mejia, you asked about it. There was 43 that actually eluded capture. We never caught them. I don't have the numerics as far as did we follow up and have arrest warrants utilized and served and eventually got those people into custody, but we'd have 43 elude capture. 44 were canceled, either by an officer involved in the pursuit or one of the supervisors or the watch commander. So 44 were canceled. 158 of those pursuits ended in some kind of collision. Whether that was an officer-involved collision or whether that was the suspect that caused the collision. And then 267, the vehicle, for whatever reason, stopped. So this is the vehicle we were pursuing. It eventually yielded as required by law. It stopped. That's what terminated the pursuit. What questions do I have about any of those numerics or statistics? Yes, sir.
This includes high speed and low speed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just any pursuit in general?
Yes.
Thank you.
So because I was involved in one of them as a secondary unit, we actually had a three-wheeled, I don't want to call it a tricycle because it was motorized, but you kind of get what I'm talking about. It wasn't like one of those three-wheelers you see on, it's more of like an off-road type three-wheeler. So yes, that was at relatively slow speeds, but it still counted and that was still a pursuit.
What's a legal intervention again?
Legal intervention is using your vehicle to stop the pursuit, whether that's a ramming, blocking, any kind of technique where that vehicle is utilized as a legal means to stop the pursuit.
For the vehicle collision, do you know how many of those ended in fatal incidents, whether for either
Zero.
parties? Zero.
There was no fatal incidents. So we'll move on. We'll talk about, now, this is a full stop. Some of these are related to the pursuits, but the vast majority of these are not pursuit-related traffic collisions. So if you look at that, if you add up the graph on the left, that's going to be 385. So the employees of the Santa Ana Police Department were involved in 385 traffic collisions during that 5-year period. Okay? Out of that, I have 11 that are still being under investigation in some form or fashion. I have 188 that were the fault of the officer, and I have 186 that were the fault of the other party, was a resident of the city of Santa Ana or a resident or citizen on the streets. Okay? Of those 188 that were our fault, again, we still have that 11%. That's the ongoing investigation that we talked about. 19 of those were as a result of a failure to yield. In essence, this is why we crashed. This was caused by us. We made the mistake. We, in this situation, those 19 were caused by us failing to yield to another vehicle when they had the right of way. The vast majority of these, if it's a failure to yield, you can almost assume that that was not something that we were responding code 3 with lights and sirens, because if we're responding code 3, driving with due regard, we have that exemption of the rules of the roadway. Okay, so see how that kind of plays into it. 52 were determined to be inattention on the part of the officer. 37, again, I kind of made a joke that we're not very good at driving slow speeds. We tend to crash. 37 of those were slow speed maneuvers. 39 of those were unsafe speed. And 41 were an unsafe turning movement done by the officer that caused the collision. Or I'm sorry, that were caused by the employee. That's something I kind of mentioned in our use of force stats. Those are not just police officers. Similar to the numbers you have in front of you, these are not just police officers. These are all employees of the Santa Ana Police Department. So that includes CSI, our forensics that respond to scenes. That includes animal control. That includes our motors. Our motors take their motorcycles home. That could be on duty or off duty. We have detectives, our homicide unit. They take their vehicles home so that they can respond to scenes in a timely manner. That can be on duty or off duty collisions. Our police executives have take-home cars. That can be on duty or off duty capacity. So it's not just police officer that crashed 385 times. It was all employees at the city of Santa Ana, or I'm sorry, all employees at the Santa Ana Police Department. Just for clarification on that. As a result of the collisions, just to throw it out there so that you don't have to ask, 46 officers were injured and 47 civilians or citizens were injured. Yes, sir.
What happens to police officers that, or I guess what happened to police officers that were involved in, say, something like driving at an unsafe speed?
It depends on a number of circumstances. Was this the officer's first time? What were the reasons that they were going that unsafe speed? Again, it's up to our collision investigation unit to determine what a safe speed would be. If they were operating in a code 3 or lights and sirens, as long as it was with due regard, they were driving that vehicle, that unsafe speed isn't going to usually come in. So that unsafe speed is typically going to come in when we're operating outside of our code 3 capabilities, outside of the lights and sirens. If it's a first time, it may be something like being a formal write-up by a supervisor, all the way up to and including they could get ancillary training, which is we'll utilize San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and send them to what we call EVOC, Emergency Vehicle Operations Course, and they'll take a course. Sometimes it's an 8-hour course. Sometimes we have the ability to put them back into like a more long-term 24 or 48-hour course. So it's going to be dependent.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know for the previous one, you had mentioned that there were no fatal incidents, but for this one, because there's, it's a different it's different components, are there any of the 47 civilians, were any of those fatal incidents?
No, ma'am.
And I'm curious from your perspective, given that this is your expertise, from an outsider, having more than half be the employee's fault is a little concerning. I wonder if that's something that the department is concerned, or is this kind of normalized in police and law enforcement?
It's always something we take into account, and that's kind of one of my jobs as the training sergeant. This would fall under my purview. Why are we making these traffic, or why are we doing these traffic collisions? Is it because we or me is failing as a training sergeant to train our officers, or is this some kind of systemic thing? I'll give you an example. I have the numerics. In 1995, 65% of teenagers, 16 to 19, that were of driving age had their driver's license. Fast forward that to 2021, 40%. So like most of us, the second we turn 16, I'm out. I got my driver's license, I've been driving. So by the time I became a cop, even though I became a cop at a very young age of 22, how many years is that I already had my license and been operating a vehicle? So that's one of the things that we always have to consider as to what may be a factor. You may only have gotten your driver's license at 20, you get hired at 22, you only have 2 years of experience. So there's a bunch of different factors that come into that. And the vast majority of those are slow speed situations where it may just be inattention, or if you've ever gotten into a car, borrowed a car from a friend, and you're not used to, maybe you drive a small compact vehicle, and now you're in a large truck. Those two things drive different. There's different blind spots. If they're new, they haven't necessarily driven that vehicle before, that may be an issue as well. So it's definitely something that we take extremely seriously, and we take into account what kind of training are we going to put on, where are most of our collisions occurring, and why.
Do the police cars come equipped with the monitoring that records the speed of the officer, their location, all that kind of stuff?
So much like an airline has a black box, our police cars also have a black box. If we are involved in a traffic collision, that is one of the things that Corporal Carrillo and his unit in the collision investigation unit, they're going to pull all of the information that's on that black box. I was in a collision early on in my career. I was told, oh, by the way, you started and you were going, I believe it was 36 miles an hour. You had broke or slowed the vehicle to 17 miles an hour by the time you collided. So yeah, that is one of the mandatory things that we are going to do if we as police officers are involved, or any employee is involved. That black box is going to be downloaded, and all that information is going to be utilized during that investigation portion. Just understand, if, say for example, let me give you a set of facts. We're responding, code 3. We're going through my intersection a couple slides ago, and I fail to clear all intersections, and there's a traffic collision that occurs. Maybe I thought I had the green light, and I was just doing the abundance of caution. So I'm going to tell the officer who may be investigating that, hey, I had the green light, they ran the red. This is on them, not on me. That officer can only go with what he's being told. That's why all of our reports that are generated as a result of employee collisions are going to go to Corporal Carrillo and the Collision Investigation Unit, and they're going to look it over. Do we have surveillance? Did my body cam happen to catch the red light or the green light? So those are all things that it can be done after the fact, and he can attest to it. He's changed outcomes of original findings where initially we blamed the citizen and not the officer, because we tended to listen to our officers, not thinking they're lying. And it's not necessarily that they were lying. It's just, hey, things happen relatively quickly. You can think that you have a green light and not have a green light. It does happen. But that's why he reviews all those. And if they have any kind of footage or extra set of information that comes forward, they're going to make that determination, and they may end up changing the outcome of the initial findings of who was at fault.
Additional question on that. So there is no ongoing monitoring of the vehicle? Nobody's sitting at a computer watching?
So as all of us who are logged on to our computer system, we can monitor where everybody's vehicle is. Dispatch can monitor, the watch commander can monitor, all supervisors, all of the officers, we know where everybody's vehicle is. There's a little bit of a lag time, but you can at least tell the vicinity of where that individual is. If I want to search for a specific unit, I can go by MODAT, which is, in essence, rather than saying my name over the radio, I'm going to be assigned a numeric. And I can pull up where exactly my car is, my partner's car is on that system that we operate with.
So, just for the sake of understanding, there's a large screen that shows every unit within the city?
So I'll give you a perfect example.
Would it show speed also?
It does. It does show speed. And you can always go back. And again, that's one of the things that Corporal Carrillo's unit can do. They're going to pull that black box, which is going to tell one side of the story. They can also pull the numerics from that system we're talking about, and it's going to tell another side of the story, more than likely the same. In dispatch, if you were to walk up to our dispatch, they have an enormous screen, not quite the size of this, but relatively large screen, and it's got the map of the city, and all you see is black and white cars driving here, there, and everywhere, and that's every police car in the city, and that includes CSI. Me as a sergeant, if I'm in the field and I want to know where my officer is, I can look them up by that MODAT that I talked about, and it'll show me exactly where they're at. If I'm in the watch commander's office, I can do the exact same thing on my computer system that's set up in the office of the watch commander.
And again, it would show the relative speed on that screen in dispatch?
So those you have to go more into, I want to say, specific details to locate that. It's not going to tell everybody's speed because it would get too convoluted and kind of bog the system down too much. But there is a way to monitor that if you would like to.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have two questions. My first one is what happens if a police officer lies as compared to what's captured in a black box, for example?
It would be dependent upon exactly, do we know for a fact that they were lying because they're trying to hide and cover up what they did? Or is it a situation where maybe it was a rapidly evolving situation where they thought like they had the red light, or they didn't think that there was a stop sign there? It's going to be dependent. If we can prove for a fact that they lie, again, like we talked about in one of our first trainings, does that not go into that SP2 where we can decertify a police officer? Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that would probably get sent to Commander Lopez up in Internal Affairs if there's a question of validity of statements, and he would look into that in a very similar manner, utilizing the resources and final reports of Corporal Carrillo and his unit, and there's going to be a final determination at some point made by the chief. At other times, again, if it's for sure it's a lie, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, yeah, now you're looking at decertification and the inability to work as a police officer.
Okay, and then my second question is, would a police officer ever be let go for being an unsafe driver?
Would they? Yes, but that would be at the determination of the chief. So we've had officers involved in multiple vehicle collisions, and sometimes they have been reassigned out of the patrol function because of their inability to operate a police vehicle in a safe manner. Maybe that's a more like our telephone reporting unit, or maybe that's some other assignment to where they're not in the field on a daily basis. But yes, that has been utilized. To my knowledge, I don't think we've ever fired anybody for too many traffic collisions, but that's because we've taken the needed steps to get to the point where we've rectified the situation because we caught it early on.
The equivalent of a misfiring, getting them off the road.
Yes.
Another quick question, to my counterpart's point here. How do you know they're an unsafe driver? Do you guys routinely review that black box? Because I could be speeding around all day, right?
We will typically not review that black box unless there's a collision involved in it. There may be some facts and circumstances as to why we would do that. Sometimes if an officer is accused of being at a certain location at a certain time, that black box and/or the system that we talked about on the computers where we log on, that can verify whether or not the officer was there. So there are times when we may utilize it as a tool, but typically you're not going to do like a random audit of the black box.
Then that's to my point. So you could be exceeding the speed limit, driving unsafely on a routine basis, and nobody would really know unless it was reported, correct?
I would say somebody's probably going to be aware of it one way or another. If you drive too fast for too long, chances are you're going to collide with something at some point in time, and then we're going to try and get it to, well, why that occurred. And then if, for example, we have a traffic collision that occurs and we don't have a real good reason for it, maybe it's just the officer involved in the traffic collision and we don't have a good reason as to why it occurred, yeah, could we maybe do a more deep dive into some of the prior drivings of that officer? Yeah, we potentially could, but that's going to be based on a case-by-case basis.
All right, so in general, there's no review on a regular basis.
There's
a
no-
black box, unless there's a. Hi.
Good evening. To answer your question, sir, supervisors are responsible to be aware of all of their employees, right? So even though it's not a traffic collision, they're required to monitor, to observe. Of course, they're not going to catch everything. However, it is their responsibility. So if they do note that during, the course of the day or, of their assignment, they note that, they will be required to document that, submit it, not necessarily on a traffic collision, but for the sake of documentation. So to your point, there is no tracking to say exactly, when we have one employee who's constantly violating necessarily that. However, it goes back with the responsibility and the accountability that our supervisors are supposed to have with their individual employees. Makes sense?
Yeah, it does, and that's why I was asking about that monitoring board, if you could actually see how fast somebody was moving, right? Because, again, to your point, if somebody's just not, I know we all have the obligation to follow the rules, but a lot of times we don't, right? I mean, it's a 45 zone, I'm going 55 all the time. You see where I'm going, right? I mean, you could have an officer that's doing that, and there's no real tracking on that unless you do that black box, correct?
Correct. And in terms of the black box, actually, if we could have Corporal Carrillo, he could explain a little bit more in detail to answer those questions. But my response to that was, I thought, more in general, right, in what the responsibility is. But
No, I understand that. Again, I'll raise my hand to that one. I'm guilty of exceeding the speed limit, right?
Yes.
I know you guys are under a lot more scrutiny, and to the other counterparts here's point, fair number of accidents, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just curious about that, and how do you filter out the people that are poor drivers? Thank you.
Actually, can I? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, so that's actually an interesting point about the black box, and it makes me wonder whether there are, and it sounds like the answer is no, there are any automatic triggers for a review outside of a traffic collision. And so, for example, there are situations that we could all agree would probably be, unreasonable for the most part, right? Like if I don't know if this ever happens, but if a police officer is traveling at 150 miles an hour or something like that one day, that seems like it would require very special circumstances. And so it seems like it would be easy to flag certain things for review. And I'm wondering whether there's a policy at the Santa Ana Police Department.
that's a great question. I will defer to Corporal Carrillo on that response.
Good evening. So the black box you guys are talking about, it's an event data recorder. So it's EDR, that's the terminology we use. So to get the data from the EDR, we have a system that we can put in the vehicle. That's only for data for a collision, that an event took place. So I can't go to a car and put it to a vehicle and see the speed that it came, like if, say I was driving here and I put it in my car, I can't get that speed because there wasn't an event. There wasn't a collision. So if there was a collision, I could put my tools, my cable in the vehicle. On the computer, it shows me the speed of the vehicle 5 seconds prior to the collision. I can't just put the cable in the vehicle, just determine the speed of the car at one point. There has to be an event. So a collision.
So it only, is it always capturing information or no?
No, so technically it is always capturing data, but at the time there's a collision, that's when you're gonna get the event. That's when you
when
get
it
the
records
data.
it.
Yeah.
I
So your computer in your vehicle, you have a big old computer in your vehicle. And depending what kind of vehicle you have, you probably have 2 computers in it, like Teslas. Teslas have 8 cameras around the vehicle that can capture the whole incident. Okay, but in our vehicles, yeah, it's Ford Explorers, we have big vehicles, but the EDR only captures at the time an event takes place.
You mean like it'll only save it to the
Yes.
system? Okay. But it sounds like what Sergeant Sontag was saying was that the information about a vehicle's speed gets relayed to, I don't know the terminology, but whoever's like monitoring the cars, I guess it would be dispatch or something like that, is that right?
So anybody, and this is including not just supervisors, but officers, we can do it to one another if we want to. Typically, we're dealing with all the other things that are going on in the day, but if the supervisor wants to, they can get onto the system that we log on to, and there is a way to track how fast is a certain vehicle going, and we can do that at any point in time. If the watch commander wants to do it, they can do it at any point in time. So they can audit, in essence, anybody. And if a complaint comes in, I saw a unit traveling 100 miles an hour down Bristol, no license sirens, just driving crazy. Yeah, we can utilize that system to kind of go backwards and see who that vehicle was, who was operating it, and why they were doing it, if there was a legitimate reason to do so. Let's be honest, with the city that we all kind of operate in, if you're driving that crazy in this city with the population that we have and the dense location that we're in, it's only a matter of time before you crash. And then maybe that's going to be the trigger, much like that EDR to start the recording process. Maybe that's the trigger for us because we were unaware of the situation. Typically, it's at some point going to get to a supervisor relatively quickly if we have an individual that's constantly driving too fast, too unsafe, whatever that situation is.
Yeah, I guess my only thinking is, if we could avoid having a situation where we have to wait for a collision before it comes to the attention of, whoever's in charge of the police department, it would be good to do that. And there are situations that I think we could all agree on would be appropriate to like trigger some sort of flag. And maybe they're responding to a call or something or in a high-speed chase, and in that case it's fine, but at least there's some mechanism built into the equipment that the police department uses to flag people who are committing something that for the most part should be exceptional.
And that's going to be based on that supervisor of whoever that unit is to make sure that they're doing that, making sure that they're monitoring their individual. That's why they supervise only a certain number of people so they can have that finite, optics on those particular individuals. And then I'll tell you from a personal experience, I started working with an old partner of mine who I worked with for 5 years. The first time we ever got in a car together and I drove, I don't know what it was. Looking back on it, I still can't tell you what it was. We went about maybe 2 hours into the shift, and he looked at me and he goes, "Hey, have you rolled it up yet?" Asking me if I've been in a traffic collision. I said, "No." He's like, "Oh, you're not too far along." And sure enough, it was probably within 3 months I got into the one crash I was in my career. And that has a way of kind of setting you straight when you get into a collision and now you're standing tall trying to justify why you were driving the way that you were driving. The way I did it, I fell on the sword. I told him I was unauthorized code 3. I was not in the pursuit, but I was trying to be, and I turned too fast. And if I'm going to be completely honest, I still blame my partner there because we were doing a certain patrol check of an area, and I had my backlights kind of disengaged so it wouldn't show my brake lights. I knew he was behind me trying to get to that pursuit as well, and I said, "I can make this turn." No, I couldn't, and it caused me to crash. And soon after that, I started realizing, okay, it's not just you on the road, it's time to start driving quicker. So that's from a personal anecdote many, many, many years ago, and him and I still give each other grief about that because I still blame him for it.
If I can just add, I appreciate the recommendation, Commissioner, and there is a capability, it's something that it's often used out of my office. When complaints do come in, we are able to investigate, or all that information is captured in our data as to the speeds of officers when they're logged on.
Specific to the unsafe speed that caused 39 of those traffic accidents, that's not necessarily the officers going 85. We kind of say, like, if you collide into the rear of somebody, you were obviously operating that vehicle at an unsafe speed. Maybe you were only going 15 miles an hour, maybe you were going 5 miles an hour, but it was an unsafe speed which caused that collision. So it's not always like, oh, okay, so they were going way beyond the scope of the speed limit. So trying to put this in perspective, not trying to justify everything that we do, but we do work in a very densely populated city, and there's a high call volume. So I pulled all of the calls for service within a 5-year span, the same 5-year span we've been operating off of from that January of 18 to December of 23. Our police officers respond to 1,066,609 calls for service. That's a lot of calls for service. Almost, I would say the vast majority of those calls require 2 officers to respond. We're on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. There is no off time where you're not going to have a police officer in the streets. Every single one of those calls required at least 1, more than likely 2 officers to respond. I'll give you a perfect example. If we have a homicide, chances are, depending on where it occurred and how big that scene's going to be, you're probably going to have 12 to 14 officers on that scene that had to respond. Given the fact that it probably came out as a high priority emergency, we had code 3 response, lights and sirens, and now we're starting to get additional officers responding to help. You're also going to have CSI respond to that scene to do their investigation. You're going to have homicide detectives coming from home to that scene. So again, these numerics can grow exponentially just on one call for service, yet we went to slightly over 1 million calls for service in that 5 years. Just traffic collisions total. So that is every traffic collision, whether it was a motor officer or whether it was a patrol officer, we had 22,724 traffic collisions that occurred in that 5-year span. And that's only the ones that we took reports for. So let's say, for example, I am off duty and I happen to rear end Vice Chair Carpenter. And he's got a license, he's got insurance, I've got a license, I've got insurance. We exchange information. We never talk to the Santa Ana Police Department. That's not going to include that, but that's not saying that that collision didn't occur. It still occurred, but these are the ones where there was a response by a Santa Ana police officer and a report was generated as a result of that. Out of those nearly 23,000 traffic collisions, 8,500 of them were injuries and 124 were fatalities. So in essence, we have a very densely populated city. There's a lot of people on the roadway, and we do have a lot of traffic collisions for whatever the reason is. Just in general, not necessarily officer involved. Sometimes, yes, officer or employee involved. Okay? I'll ask, you don't have to answer, but has anybody in here been in a traffic collision? I have 2, on duty and off duty.
Not at fault, though. Someone backed into me.
Right? So chances are it's going to happen to us all at some point in our lives. The easiest way I can kind of put into perspective what it's like driving in a police car, responding to a situation, if you have kids and you've got 2 kids fighting in the back and you're trying to eat, turn up or turn down the radio. If you have a DVD player or whatever, you're trying to operate that at the same time as you just spilled your coffee in your lap. Okay, that's like responding to one call for service in a patrol car. Because again, we understand the second we get on the road, it's a marked car, we are definitely visible to everybody around. So that's something that we have to be aware of. We have to also be aware of how close in proximity we're going to pull up in that intersection. I have to have a way out just in case the worst happens. So there's constantly things that are going on in officers' heads as they respond to those scenes, even more so in just the regular employees' response as well. What questions do we have about anything? Yes, ma'am.
After a police officer is involved in a traffic collision and the internal traffic investigations unit for Santa Ana PD investigates, is there courses that the officer, if he's found at fault, is there courses that he can take to improve his driving? And also, how often do Santa Ana PD engage in like defensive driving training?
So the requirement from California Post is 4 hours of driver awareness training and 1 hour of pursuit training every 2 years. So in that cycle, we just completed that cycle in spring of this year. If, for example, an officer is involved in a traffic collision, they are found to be at fault, the remedy from whether it's Commander Lopez all the way up to the chief of police, the remedy is going to be ancillary training, requiring that officer to go back to a course. Again, we have the ability to send them to San Bernardino County Emergency Vehicle Operations course. That can be an 8-hour course, or it can be slightly longer depending on the set of circumstances leading up to that collision. Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding the collisions where an employee it's at fault from the Santa Ana Police Department. So what happens then, right? If you hit a car of a resident, I'm guessing we assume the cost of that. Is there insurance that the Santa Ana Police Department has? So I'm trying to understand the picture of kind of like what the cost of these collisions are for the city.
I don't have a numeric number. That's not a statistic we have access to through the systems that we have. That would be something more towards, I don't know if Jonathan or Tamara can answer that, but that would be something more at the insurance level as to what the actual monetary costs covered by insurance or liability insurance on behalf of us crashing in or an employee crashing into a resident.
Thank you. And the other question that I have in relation to vehicle pursuits by the Santa Ana Police Department, do we have an estimate on the 5-year span of how many of those pursuits resulted in in custody death?
I do not have those numerics. Those were not kept in the same case file. I would be assuming if I can't tie even from my memory pursuit to a particular in custody death. I'd have to check on that and see if I can somehow track that down, because that's kept in a different section of our IA Pro.
Thank you. And the reason why I ask is there's something that caught my attention early in the year where I believe there was a man that had a stolen vehicle from Fountain Valley, and at some point Santa Ana Police Department, this was in January 16, it was reported in the OC Register. But I believe there was multiple agencies, the Sheriff's Department got involved, the Santa Ana Police Department was involved, and that resulted in custody death as a result of that pursuit. And so I was just wondering kind of like what were some of the statistics and on that as well.
Is that the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was aware of that one. That was outside of the 5-year parameters that I pulled the statistics for tonight, because again, I wanted to give you consistency with the same stats that I pulled for the use of force one, but that would be, I know that did occur, and we did do an internal investigation, and I believe that investigation is still ongoing, and I believe that's still being investigated by the district attorney's office as well. So I don't have any specifics as to too much detail of that, but it is still an ongoing investigation.
Thank you.
What other questions do we have, if any? Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair, I'm wondering if it would be a good time to take maybe a 10-minute break.
Oh, that'd be a great idea. Let's take a 10-minute break. The time is 7:09. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm all, Sergeant Sontag, thank you again. My apologies for not doing that. This is all new to me. Thanks again, man. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk? Excuse me. I believe it's time to resume. Now it's time for our study session. Be presented by Commander Lopez.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As we mentioned, there was a couple questions last meeting that were brought up, specifically about our policy about outside agency assistance. So I will be talking to you guys this afternoon about outside agency assistance. As you're aware, we have a policy, 326. It's under Lexipol. It's online. I believe you guys have copies of there. So, well, you don't? Oh. Okay. I apologize. I thought that you guys did have copies. It is on online. You have access, and I don't believe we have the ability to make copies at the moment, do we?
Do we have an ability to just put it up on the big screen? Just Google it or?
Yeah, you can look it up on your phone too.
Great.
As Tamara gets it prepared for us, I will apologize. I got good news and bad news. The bad news I don't present as well as Mr. Brandon here, but you got me. The good news is it won't be as long as Brandon, so maybe you guys will be happy with that. Yes, 326.
If I can say something, this policy, I remember, came up years ago when we had the street cruising throughout San Ann, down Edingar, down Bristol, down 17th, down Maine, quite a few years ago, and it sure stopped it.
Yes.
When we got all the different agencies came here to help us out, so it was a wonderful policy.
Yes, and I'll touch on that. I'm glad I had Sontag here, Brandon, start his presentation. He touched on a lot of the different reasons why we actually have an outside agency policy. And to touch on some of them, before I even start with the policy, a couple of the reasons why we would have an outside agency assistance policy or a request for that. He touched on it a little bit on pursuits, whether it's a pursuit coming into our city, where an outside agency will request for assistance, or vice versa when we go into their city. And that often happens if we get into a pursuit, and let's say it's a homicide suspect or a suspect that we really want to apprehend, and it goes down to San Diego or up north to past LA County. We, as a watch commander, I can tell you we're probably going to cancel that pursuit or at least request for an outside agency to take over that pursuit because we want our resources back in the city to be able to provide services to the city. So that's one of the reasons, pursuits being one. He also mentioned a fatal incident in our city, involving a traffic collision, specifically if it does involve one of our officers involved. That's someone we're going to call to come and investigate our investigation just for transparency and more than anything just for a conflict of interest. To avoid anything like that, we'll have CHP or an outside agency come and make that investigation. So that's another reason why we would have an outside request of a police agency. Calls for service. We can't always anticipate, what can happen in our city. And obviously, we're allotted a specific amount of officers at any given time to be working for a specific night. But there have been nights where we can potentially have a fatal and a homicide and maybe something else that requires, 15, 20 officers in one scene and another 15 or 10 officers at a second scene. So, but we still have the volume of calls or service that we need to respond. So as a watch commander, we'll probably call outside agency, whether it be Tustin PD, Orange PD, whatever that other agency is going to be, and ask for requests, whether they can come out here. And more than likely, we would request for them to go and and be the officers at this, homicide scene or at this fatal scene where they're just providing traffic control, while all officers can actually go out and provide services for all those calls for service that are pending in our city. We can also, we often have a lot of outside agency requests for the Sheriff's Department, bomb threats. Obviously, they have a bomb threat experts. So more often not when we have bomb threat calls for service, which seem to be more often nowadays with our schools, we will request Station 18, which is the Orange County Sheriff's Department Bomb Squad, to come out and respond and handle those calls for service, as we're limited to when it comes to responding and handling bomb threats. So you'll probably see Santa Ana officers at the scene, maybe traffic control out in the perimeter, but you're gonna have the Sheriff's Department bomb threat team out there, and it could be for hours that they will be out there responding, whether it's diffusing a grenade that maybe someone kept after leaving the military, or somehow ended up with some kind of pipe bomb or something like in that nature. So that happens quite often. Fire department, same thing. We actually sometimes will call a fire department whether it's either our own local fire department or they require an outside agency for an arson investigation. Sometimes we may need their assistance with a ladder if we need to rescue someone, on a high structure or something like that, or even allow us to get entry into a residence where maybe there's a call for service where someone hasn't been seen, maybe an elderly person, and we need to gain entry into this residence to confirm that they're doing well. So we may require and ask outside agency to come and breach the door open for us. We do have the capabilities, but some of these senior living homes or whatnot have doors that may require us to have the experts, which the fire department will have those capabilities better to come out here and assist us with that matter. Same thing with Aero. Although we have Orange County Sheriff's Department is who we pay for our helicopter services. Oftentimes due to the overcast, depending on the time of day and night, because we're close to the ocean, sometimes they can't, as they're stationed out of John Wayne, they cannot come up and fly out in Over City. So, we have those outside agency requests where we'll have, whether it's Fullerton, Anaheim, Huntington Beach with their helicopters. And I want to say we probably even had agencies from Long Beach will come out and respond and help us out with that. Again, more often than not, they're more than happy to come and help out and lend a hand. And more often than not, sometimes it doesn't even require our request. If they're listening to our radio, it's not uncommon for us to request for our assistance with the helicopter. Duke will say, hey, we're not available, and you'll maybe within 20, 30 seconds, you'll have someone, Huntington Beach, Anaheim PD, whoever's available. They're always listening and says, we'll be responding from Anaheim, or we'll be responding from Huntington Beach. So there's always that, they come in and they'll assist. They'll be here for an hour or so, whatever the time frame is, and then they go back and continue to do what they do. And then,
Quick question for you on that.
Yes.
Is the Santa Ana Police Department employing drones?
No.
We are not.
Not yet. I mean, that's been talked about. We'd like to. I know a lot of agencies, San Diego PD and San Diego County has a big drone, and Chula Vista has a big drone thing, and other agencies too. The biggest issue or concern for our city is allowing us. Then there's the question about. I forget the word, but that they're flying out there and they're able to see everybody else's privacy.
Privacy, yes.
The privacy. So that's something that would have to go through the council with their approval and everybody else, potentially here with the commission. So that's always been the issue. I think it's a great tool. I think a lot of agencies have it because that minimizes time frame. They can actually respond from the station. I know agencies will have them deployed within the city. And a drone can be there. Let's say there's a call of a suspect with a gun and whatever, robbing the gas station. A drone can be there within 30 seconds, 40 seconds, depending on where it's, deployed out of, whether it's the station or different pre-planned locations. and can actually verify is the subject armed or not. That can make a big difference. But again, we don't, to answer your question, but that would be an option, and that's something with the approval of the council as it relates to, the privacy issues. For those reasons, we currently do not have. And so those were some of the reasons why we have this policy in place, why we have the outside agency request. And if you guys have the ability to look at policy 326, really the first three sections of the policy really is the nuts and bolts, if you will, of the policy. As it dictates there in the beginning, 326.1, it just says it provides guidance to officers or to our members of the department when they're either responding to or requesting for mutual aid or when assisting another law enforcement agency. So it really just provides the guidelines. What can we do? What shall you do? And more than anything, what kind of guidelines or provisions should you follow? The 326.2, the policy, again, it just basically says that the policy dictates that we will promptly respond to any requests of assistance. Now, there's a caveat with that. I know it says we will respond to any requests, but it's up to the watch commander or whoever may be the watch commander, sitting as a watch commander, whether we're going to respond or not. And there's also the provision that there are, as we talked to, that there's other protocols in place for mutual aid that doesn't really require the approval, if you will, of our watch commander or whoever may be sitting in the watch commander's office. So with that being said, if there's a request for our assistance to an outside agency, if, let's say there's 50-plus calls for service at the time and we're working and it's graveyard hours and we only have, let's say 15, 20 officers, we're probably not going to be sending anyone because our first priority is going to be to serve our community. And if we have calls for service pending, more than likely, we may not be sending anyone. Again, it's on a case-by-case basis. Depending on the type of the request, it's going to be whether we go out there. With that being said, like I mentioned, we can be in that same scenario with that same amount of officers, and again, we get a fatal TC and we have a homicide occur at the same time. We're going to be requesting those same assistance from outside agencies. So that's something that whoever may be sitting in the watch commander's office is going to have to weigh in, because sometimes it's us requesting that assistance, and sometimes it's them requesting our assistance. Does that make sense?
Is there a maximum number of officers that the city has, like what is the maximum number of officers that the city has sent over to any mutual aid?
The maximum or the minimum officers is what you're asking?
Maximum.
To deploy?
Yeah.
There is no maximum. Again, it's going to be on a case-by-case situation, depending on the type of request too. Again, if Tusta PD calls, they get a homicide, they're a much smaller agency, they may request, hey, we need 2 officers for interviews, we may need 5 officers for traffic control, whatever it is. And again, it's going to be a discretion as the watch commander is like, you know what, tonight's not the night, we may not help. I've had the opportunity to sit as a watch commander office and be able to assist. Fountain Valley had a homicide, an agency or a city that typically doesn't have homicides. So they requested, actually I was a sergeant and I was requested by the watch commander to go out there. They said, hey, they never had a homicide. They don't really know how to investigate it. You work gangs. You understand the how to investigate, homicides and whatnot. So they sent me and another sergeant at the time to go out there, and we actually assisted them for a couple hours as far as guiding them how they should investigate, what can they do and what can they not do, or what they should do. So it just depends on the calls for service. There is no maximum number or minimal. We're going to provide them with as much as officers as we can, and it's also going to depending on the situation or the type of request. Any questions?
I actually have a question, and this might be, Jonathan, you're able to answer this. Are we allowed to ask about the incident for Irvine or not? Because are we waiting for, that could be potentially an investigation if somebody files a complaint?
So the Irvine incident and the specifics surrounding it have not been placed on the agenda tonight. And so we're walking a really fine line because I understand that the mutual aid agreement and kind of the broader discussion around that could naturally dovetail into the specifics of UCI. What I would recommend is that let's talk in hypotheticals. So in an effort to avoid a Brown Act violation, we really should be addressing things in hypotheticals. If you want certain answers or certain aspects to those hypotheticals to be answered. But again, I think when it pertains directly to the facts and circumstances related to the UCI incident, that will have to be shelved for another time when it's been properly agendized because of those outstanding complaints.
Thank you.
Assistant City Attorney Martinez, and I understand what you're saying regarding to ensuring that we're in line with the Brown Act. I did send an email prior to the last commission meeting with a request to agendize that discussion around Irvine incident. So do I need to resend that email, or what will be or is that not it at this point?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, is your question how does that item become placed on the agenda?
I think, yeah, in essence, how does that item become is placed on the agenda if it requires commissioners to, send you an email requesting certain items to be placed on the agenda? Then in that case, I had already made that petition, but I kind of just want to get clarity on that.
Sure, and please, I think what I had tried to convey in the past, and I apologize if I wasn't completely clear, that could be my fault, is that I certainly welcome the emails requesting items be placed on the agenda. And, Commissioner Mejia can note that a few of the items even being discussed tonight were of her request. The specifics regarding UCI, though, and the fact that there are outstanding complaints puts this in a different procedural posture, if you will, because of various state law, POBAR, various penal codes, and I believe I provided you citations to those, Commissioner, in my responsive email. So the complaints that relate to UCI will be disseminated to and I'm going to address this too in my staff comment. The complaints related to UCI are going to be disseminated to this commission. The process and procedure, though, by which those complaints will be discussed and those complaints will be investigated is in a different context now because of the fact that there are open and active investigations. So I think that was kind of a long way of saying I encourage and I welcome the commissioners to send me items that they would like to see on the agenda, but that does not necessarily guarantee that they will be on the agenda.
Thank you, and thank you for the clarification as well. So I guess my question on that is, it seems that we have received then complaints on the incident at Irvine. Is that the case? Because we haven't received a report on complaints.
There are complaints, and I can just get into it now, rather than staff comment, but essentially what Daniel Soto and I learned was that the portal was receiving complaints. The issue was that the toggle, if you will, from on to off, which would auto forward those complaints to my email address, Commander Lopez, and to Daniel Soto, was not clicked on. So what then ended up happening was those complaints remained in the system, but in a raw data format. And so we've been taking the time to extract that data and put it into a readable format for the commission. And we're very close to being done with that, but that was the issue. No complaints disappeared, they all remained, and now we are set up in such a way that the complaints are being auto-forwarded. So that's not gonna be an issue. It would only have been an issue for, I think, like the first 16 complaints that were received. And so once those are set up in a way that it's readable and it's not just this like raw data Excel spreadsheet, they will be forwarded to the commission in the appropriate format.
Thank you, Assistant City Attorney Martinez. I do understand that when we do receive complaints that we cannot discuss them until, we have the proper mechanism. I just, what I didn't understand was whether or not there was complaints as to the reason why we couldn't discuss the item, but now I understand. So I appreciate the update and the clarification around the complaints that have been submitted.
Absolutely, and I apologize if I did not make that clear in my responsive email to you, so I do apologize for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Mejia.
The only one thing I will save the other questions for when the conversation seems fit. I guess when it comes to the decision-making processes, right? Because this is somewhat directive, but also not as prescriptive, and I understand, right? You can't prescribe every situation and scenario. Can you walk me through an example of, let's say, when you're used to Tustin PD department, right? Aside from the fact that there's something else happening that needs Santa Ana PD personnel within the city, are there other circumstances that the watch commander might reject assistance?
I mean, there's a possibility, I just couldn't come up with, a specific reason. As the watch commander, I sat in the watch commander's office numerous times as a sergeant and as a commander. I'd never had an instance where someone called and, we weren't able to provide, or I, basically told them, no, we wouldn't be able to assist them. So unless you provide me with an example or a reason, like.
Yeah, maybe I can ask the question a little bit more clear. I guess I want to understand what are some policies or procedures in place for Santa Ana PD to have a decision-making processes to decipher what seems to render the services, right? Because, so I guess there seems to be like a lot of trust in that an agency will do their due diligence to only ask for a request when absolutely necessary, right? That may not always be the case. There can always be circumstances where that is not the case. So my question is, how does the commander ensure that there is that that need is there, or is it just like complete trust in the other agency that they're making the right call?
I mean, that's essentially, we're trusting that the fact that they're making the right call, there's the right reason. We're not going to question, no different than just responding to a 911 call for service. We're going to send officers out there depending on the situation. If it requires officers to respond, code 3, emergency lights and siren, we can probably be halfway there and maybe we cancel them and it's like, no, it's not emergency. They get there. No different with that request. We can go down to whatever agency their request may be, and we may just assist with traffic control, maybe 3 miles away from whatever it is. Again, it just depends. We would expect that, the call or the request is of something serious. Again, these were put in place, for those events, whether it's a disaster event, whether it's something, whatever the case may be, and they're not anticipating, anything, and they're requesting our assistance because they're depleted in resources. It could be officers, it could be equipment, it could be whatever the case may be. But we're trusting that they're making the right call. Doesn't say that we have not gone out there. Obviously, when we send our officers to any city, and maybe it's an assembly or a riot, whatever the case may be, our team leaders or our officers are sent with sergeants, and oftentimes there's a possibility you could have a commander go out there and respond, a SWAT commander. They get briefed by the requesting agency, and if they're asking for us to do something that we don't feel comfortable or something that it's maybe not within our policies, it's up to the sergeant there or our commander to say, well, we're not going to do that. We'll assist you in this other fashion. We can do this for you. But we're obviously still obligated. The policy states here that, we still have to abide by our policies and procedures. Every agency has different policies and procedures. So if they're asking my officers to do something that is against our policy and procedures, we're probably not going to assist them in that fashion.
Got it, that makes sense. So like the first action is to assist and then determine what level of assistance once the team is there.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question for you. What level of authority can make this request for outside agency? Is it commander level? I mean, what is the hierarchy on that?
The requesting officer, again, it depends on the
Request
situation.
for, request for outside assistance.
So typically, it's going to come from a watch commander, more often than not. It's going to come, and it could be as simple as maybe even, it could come from a sergeant. Let's say they're doing, I don't know who's ever attended the Garden Grove, what's the yearly Strawberry Festival. More often than not, when I worked in the gang unit, we often went and assisted on that fashion during that festival or prior to. There were certain things that they would do to prepare for that, and so the requests and those requests will probably come from a sergeant. More often than not, it was the gang sergeant. We'll call the gang, gang sergeant from our agency. Sure, I'm sure our gang sergeant had the approval from our commander, the gang commander, but it just depends on the situation. Now if it's a mutual aid, officer needs help, emergency, that may come from an officer out in the field who, in his or her mind, needs emergency assistance right now. Does that make sense?
It does. So let's play the scenario game. I call and say, hey, I need 10 officers. We got something happening. Who within the city of Santa Ana would make that call?
You're probably going to have to talk to the watch commander for that.
Okay,
and then it's going to be
being somebody of sergeant level, higher level, or
I mean, you're not going to expect, if you got a call, if I was sitting in the watch commander's office and I got a call from an officer, I would probably feel that it's a little suspect. Why is this?
No, it's an outside agency calls you and says, hey, look, we got this going on. Whatever the situation is, we need 10 officers. Who's going to make that decision to send those 10 officers?
The watch commander.
And he would be a sergeant or commander level or higher, correct?
Correct.
So this is a person that has at least,
in theory, 15 years plus on. And I will tell you, I've sat in the watch commander's office as a sergeant, in the absence of a commander. Before making that decision, I will tell you that as a sergeant sitting in that position, I'm probably going to call the deputy chief, give him heads up. Hey, this is what we just got a call. This is what they're requesting. I'll lay out the situation, and I'll lay out what can we physically send officers. Do we have the resources available? Can we allow, because of the calls for service, and then, he or she will make that decision. As a commander, I'll probably make the decision. I'm still going to notify my deputy chief, hey, so-and-so agency called, they requested this. And they may ask for 10 as like, hey, I can give you 4, and that's all I can do. And I'm probably going to, probably call, at that point, I'd probably call the traffic commanders like, hey, they're requesting, traffic control, officers for traffic control testing. Can I use 4 of your traffic motors to go out there? I'm going to try to find the right people to go to do the right job, if that makes any sense.
it does. The point being is, on a large scale request, it's not going to be done in a vacuum, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify something. So it sounds like the City of Santa Ana's policy with regard to outside agency requests is that we will send officers to help, for the most part, like whenever they ask. But there is a check on that gratitude, basically, which is that the Santa Ana Police Department retains authority over its actions when they're out assisting another agency. They're not just going to officers aren't just going to go over to, like, whatever, the city of Tustin and yield their autonomy to the commander who's, whatever, overseeing the city of Tustin's police department, right?
Right.
The city of Santa Ana, the police department, is going to operate and abide by its own policies when it's responding to a call for help from an outside agency.
Absolutely. And more often than not, like I said, at a minimum, a sergeant's going to go. Worst case scenario, we might send a corporal, and I'm going to send the corporal, and again, goes to I'm going to send the right person to do the right job, someone that I can trust, because, that will happen. I'll give you a case in point. I formerly supervised the K-9 unit as a sergeant. Oftentimes they called, a lot of agencies don't have K-9 units, so they would call and request our station to send a K-9 unit. I would respond with the canine officer, whether I was on or off duty, to make sure, because sometimes, they're gonna, one, outside agencies don't have a canine program, so they don't really understand what's applicable as to when maybe they should or shouldn't release a canine or deploy a canine, I should say. And so I was always respond to make sure it's like, yeah, we're not gonna do that. Like, I get that that's what you want, but that doesn't fall within the purview of our policies and procedures, and we can assist you in this way, we can use the dog in this fashion, maybe we can have the dog bark, you give commands, but we're not going to deploy based on the circumstances that you're providing me. So, yeah, that's the expectation from our agency and, from our management with whoever we send out there.
Okay, yeah, I think that, thank you for saying that. It's very helpful to understand, just because I could see people being wary about a policy where the Santa Ana Police Department just sends out police officers whenever another agency asks for it, because they could be thinking, like, if you don't work in the police department and you're not familiar with these policies, that the Santa Ana Police Department is sending police officers to another agency and potentially exposing the city to liability, based on the actions or the directive of some other agency, like the city of Tustin, for example. They could request police officers from the city of Santa Ana and tell them to use excessive force or something like that, right? So I think it's helpful to know that the city of Santa Ana Police Department retains control and autonomy over the police officers that they send out.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, the canine, scenario is something that happens more often than not. Because obviously we do have a program, and we have a very good program, and they understand when can we or when should we deploy a canine, not only because of our policies, but because of the case law and whatnot. And some agencies don't, so we're very stringent about that. Like, yeah, we can assist you in different ways, but we're not going to deploy or do what exactly you want, because that's not going to fly.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing my concerns.
So the same scenario would happen in any other request, whether it's a call for service, a homicide scene, an arrest of a suspect, or maybe an assembly that's gone bad, or whatever the case may be. We're going to have our team leaders, our sergeants out there, making sure that we're not doing something that we probably shouldn't be doing.
And bear with me, Commander Lopez. I do have several questions on this. I was going to wait at the end, but I think I'll go ahead and start asking some of them. First, so do task force fall under, task force of different jurisdictions? Does that fall under this policy, this outside agency assistance policy?
If I understand you correctly, there are different task force. If you will, typically, if I understand you correctly, you're talking about, I don't know, sometimes there's a robbery task force, and that's comprised of officers from Santa Ana, Fullerton, Anaheim, Sheriff's Department, the Marshals, FBI. Typically, they have like federal agencies. I don't know, those are not related to, outside agencies. There's other policies in place, or MOUs, memorandum of understanding, as it relates to what we provide, what they get out of it. We may provide an officer. Sometimes it's their station out of our station, but those are not. I guess they're not. They don't fall under the purview of like a mutual aid or an outside agency assist. Those are just teams, a task force that is, that could either be built for a specific case or for a period of time.
Okay. But would you be able to answer questions regarding task force?
Never been on a task force, I can tell you that much.
Oh, so that falls under different kind of...
Yeah, I mean, I can try to answer your question depending on what it is, but I'll be honest, I've never been part of a task force. I don't know if you've been part of a task force. There's a few individuals in our agency that are part of a task force or assigned to, can be deputized as an FBI agent or marshals or whatever the case may be. But I can't speak to that. I've never been part of a task force.
Thank you. Then I'll save those for a different conversation. Then, in relation to and something that is in this policy regarding specifically around immigration, right? And we have our own sanctuary policy on the city. So I'm hoping there's not type of collaboration. But I do wonder, as a city, we are not, specifically the police department, but in general, all departments, they're not allowed to, refer people over to ICE in any way or form. But I do wonder if this Santa Ana Police Department has received any calls from ICE to assist in any way or form. And there's one thing from us actively communicating with ICE and transferring people over to ICE, but there's another thing when an agency calls you. So I do wonder if there has been situations like that.
That I'm aware of, no. I know we have a policy, and I know any kind of states there, essentially, if there's an outside request, agency request from ICE, we're not going to assist. If you scroll down later on, it says we have to look at our policy, and there's a different policy when it comes to that. So yes, like you said, we wouldn't participate in a situation like that. I can't speak from experience that I've never received a call that I'm aware of. I don't think it's not something that's probably known that we probably wouldn't assist. So it's not something that is common that a watch commander or anybody would receive a call from ICE assisting. Is it possible that they do? Maybe, but more often than not, they're probably not getting any assistance.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I do that prompts a different, perhaps, conversation that I will probably email to schedule in the future around immigration, ICE collaboration, because just because we don't, we have a policy that we don't work with them doesn't mean that they won't give calls to request assistance. And the other one, I think it has been mentioned a lot, this mutual aid agreements. So I'm trying to understand, this policy around outside agency assistance and mutual aid agreements. Could you explain to us the difference between those? Are one and the same? Are they fall under each other?
No, I mean, they're definitely not one and the same. Obviously, mutual agreements are essentially all the chiefs of Orange County and the sheriff, they just come to an agreement of different things, and so they create memos of understanding or policies and procedures or protocols as it relates to whatever they may have. Obviously, we often conduct, and not going off topic, but, we conduct investigations, whether it's a homicide or a robbery, whatever, and maybe the individual lives in a different city, South County, whatever city they live. There's protocols and procedures in place that, in agreement between the chiefs that we can go out there and investigate out of our jurisdiction. There's protocols that we would probably give them the right of refusal if we have a search warrant. Hey, do you guys want to serve this warrant? It's in your city, it's our case. But again, these protocols are set in place, so law enforcement in general can function and police their respective jurisdictions. But that's a common courtesy, and procedures are put in place under agreements by all the chiefs, in Orange County, and the sheriff. No different than emergency disaster, situations, where we have the Prado Dam here in Chino, Norco area. If that was to, if we would have a catastrophic event, all that water would come down our Santa Ana River here, and we would have a big problem, where we would need the assistance and that mutual aid. We would require probably just about every other agency to come and assist. If that dam was to break, we would need the assistance of a lot of agencies. In the past, our jurisdiction is very close to John Wayne. We've been fortunate. We've never had a jetliner crash in our city, but we have unfortunately been part of at least 2 incidents that I'm aware of. One while I was working here that we had a private plane that crashed in our city. So again, situations like that may deplete our resources, whether it's officers, equipment that we may need. And so we're going to ask for outside agencies. So, in order to prepare for events before they happen, these agreements are made among the different chiefs of the county to be able to say, hey, in the event of this, can we just call you guys? And for lack of better words, that's what it is. It's like, yeah, we agree. You guys need help, we'll go. And it's just a gentleman's agreement, if you will. Obviously, they're codified or they're not. They're on paper, and they all agree, and that's how those protocols work.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the policy that we have here, number 326, is kind of like the police department's general kind of like guidance on how we're gonna respond to calls from different departments. But then mutual aid agreements are specific agreements on different things that the chiefs in the county have. Is that correct? Okay, and I understand that there are situations in which the police department might require, assistance. We have different agreements for different purposes. So, just for the purpose of this, of my focus today, I do want to focus on mutual aid agreements regarding assemblies and or protests. Is there such an agreements like those? And could you?
I believe, if I'm not wrong, the mutual agreement or the mutual aid agreement just encompasses all the different scenarios, if you will, disaster, assemblies, riots, whatever it is, it's all encompassing. And so there's not one specific to, First Amendment assemblies or a specific scenario.
So with that, and thank you so much. I'm just trying to understand. I think there's a lot of webs around connections with agreements, outside agency, and all that. So I'm trying to just get a grip of as to the protocols and procedures around certain responses. So within that, what are the protocols and procedures for within this mutual aid agreement around responding to assemblies or protests?
Again,
If I may, Commissioner Perea, Tamara Bogosian, I'm the legal advisor to the Santa Ana Police Department. At this time, I think that it would be inappropriate for Commander Lopez to talk about protocols in place between the different agencies in the county, simply because we are not the holder of that document. It's held by the executive board. And so at this point, I would kind of shy away from having him discuss the details of that protocol until a determination has been made whether it's available for distribution. But generally speaking, he can talk about the protocols generally, but specifically I would request that he not do that, again, simply because the executive board of the OCOPSA, the Orange County Police Chief and Sheriff's Association, is the holder of that protocol. And so, like I said, until a determination's been made, we probably should be wary of discussing the details of it.
Thank you. And with that, I do want to ask, because you mentioned that there's an executive board that holds those policies and procedures, who within the Santa Ana Police Department is familiar with those? Is it just the chief, the deputy chief?
The chief of police is a member of OCOPSA, yes.
So if we wanted, the Police Oversight Commission wanted to learn more about those, we will need to have the chief of police kind of come and do a presentation to us.
Potentially, sure. However, again, I don't know yet until we've made a determination whether or not the chief can speak to those, because again, there very well may be a legal advisor or an attorney that provides legal advice to OCOPSA that will need to chime in on that.
Okay, that's very interesting. I appreciate those insights. So I will try to keep things more general, right? And because what I'm trying to figure out is what's our red line when it comes to our police department assisting in certain public demonstrations and protests. And what I'm trying to understand, that might fall well within the conversation that, and hopefully we're able to get the chief of police at some point, is what's the red line? At what point do we fact check certain requests by other agencies? So I'll give an example. Let's say there is a protest happening in the city of Costa Mesa, for example, right? And the Santa Ana Police Department gets a call and from the Costa Mesa Police Departments and say, hey, we need outside assistance, to respond to this protest because one of our officers is in danger. I'm wondering, kind of like, at what point where are the checks and of the facts, whether that's true or no, and do we just respond based on what a police department has claimed that's happening there? So if you could help me understand a little bit on some of that.
Like I kind of mentioned, previously, it's like a, responding to a 911 call. Obviously, we're gonna respond to them, if we have the resources available. Whatever the request may be, like, okay, they're saying an officer is in danger, we're probably going to send someone out there. If that's exactly what they said, we're probably going to send them officers. Now, again, if we're going to send them with a sergeant or potentially a commander, if it's deemed that an officer, I mean, what you described, someone needs help, it sounds like either are they captured, are they kidnapped, that kind of thing. We're going to send someone out there. But again, it's the importance of the team leader, the sergeant who goes out there is going to meet with their incident commander, whether it could be a chief, a deputy chief, lieutenant, whoever is running the incident, they're going to get briefed by this individual. And depending on what they are told, more often than not, they're probably going to call the watch commander and give them a brief like this is what they have or what they don't have. And I would hope that at that point in time, depending on what, they get there and it's not what they were told, and they're being asked to do, I don't know, whatever the case may be, if they're not comfortable, they may say, hey, we're either leaving or we'll help you do X. Again, we're talking hypotheticals, but I mean, without having, real facts or circumstances, scenarios, it's kind of hard to answer your question because, we don't fact check. Like, if you're asking me if we're going to get on the news and check or call someone else, we're probably not going to do that. There may not be the opportunity, or I'm just saying that's not how it's always, that's not the practice. We would hope that when we call someone else, hey, we need A, B, and C because we have this, they're not fact checking for 3 hours. In the meantime, we're having problems in our city, or, no one's going for call for service because we have no officers to go. So, when you say fact checking, we're not going to, there's really no, at least that I'm aware of, no avenue that we're going to be on the news or calling different people to fact check. We take their word for it, we respond, and we're going to evaluate the situation when we get there.
Thank you. And the reason why I'm asking specifically when it comes to, responding to situations of First Amendment rights, right, assemblies, people gathering, is that, sometimes we see a lot of departments responding to a situation, right? So you get the sheriff's department, you get, different police departments from across the county, and the question for me comes up around liability for a department if, hopefully nothing bad happens, but when things do happen, we are bound to our own policies here.
Absolutely.
And when things become chaotic like that, we respond to those type of situations. I do get nervous around, getting our police department caught up in situations that we shouldn't have been in the first place. The other question that I have regarding kind of like mutual agreements, and please, the legal folks, let me know if that can be answered or not. But to your knowledge, do you know of any situations where, when it came to people's, with assemblies and police department has responded, where the chief of police has called off kind of like our department from not engaging anymore or kind of like retracting?
I served in, the SWAT team for 14 years, and also served as the team leader, over 4 years. And I can tell you that we responded to different situations, whether it was in our city, Anaheim, other agencies, other jurisdictions. And I can't tell you one time that we were told not to, to disengage. But I can tell you that there was times that we were asked to do something that we were not comfortable with, and we opted not to, to assist in that fashion or that request. And we assisted in a different manner, whether it be, standing by and doing traffic control over here or whatever it is. But, that I can remember, no.
Thank you. And my last question, and this will be for Assistant City Attorney Martinez or as well. And understand that these agreements get drafted or get made between the chiefs of police. But I'm wondering if there is a role of the city council in overseeing this type of agreements. For example, placing certain conditions and the types of situations that we respond to, where the Santa Ana City Council might say something like, hey, like, we're not comfortable sending police officers to campuses. so we will not want to respond to those situations. Is that something that the city council could technically do, or is there other legal implications with that?
Honestly, I can't speak on behalf of OCOPSA and what procedures that they go through with their individual local governing bodies or what obligations they have in order to enter into any kind of protocols countywide. So I wouldn't be able to answer that on behalf of OCOPSA since I'm not their spokesperson.
I think that, to get to your question, Commissioner Perea, is that if you're asking, does the city council for the city of Santa Ana have the authority to place rules and regulations regarding certain things on the police department, I absolutely believe they could. I think that, and I'm speculating a little bit here, so I want to qualify it with that, is that I believe that probably the reason why the chief has been able to enter into some of these agreements is that the chief has been granted the discretion to do so by the city council. And Tamara, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but the chief has the discretion to enter into such agreements. So I don't think that there's an inability for the city council to rein in or to prohibit the police department from engaging in certain activities. I think they absolutely have that ability. It's just they're not potentially choosing to exercise it because they have assigned that ability to the head of the police department, who's the chief. Now, again, I'm speculating a little bit, but I'm assuming that's probably what has happened here.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. And thank you, Commander Lopez, for answering all my questions. It's really insightful just to really kind of have a grip of what's happening within this type of assistance. I really appreciate this session. I think it has raised even more questions for me now, understanding that there's a certain type of agreements that only the chief of police. And just to my last question, we still have an acting chief of police, correct? Or has the council selected a permanent or a chief of police?
To my knowledge, it's still acting Chief Rodriguez. I'm not aware of a new selection. Unless anybody knows, anybody knows something I don't.
Robert Rodriguez is still there.
Okay. And we still have an acting city manager?
Yes,
I believe so,
we do.
yes.
Okay. Okay, so we still have a lot of acting employees. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you for the questions. Any other questions?
No, I'm fully aware of that, but that's not my call. You can make that motion, and I guess we can you can make that motion, and we can vote on it. Is that the correct procedure?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm confused. What's happening here?
if there is going to be discussions about motions or what is going to happen, it needs to happen with the mics on, and it needs to be a part of a discussion.
Okay, my mic is on. I'd like to make a motion that we end the meeting for tonight, and if there's anything else on this specific topic, we save it for the beginning of next month's meeting. Because we're going on and on, it's after 8 o'clock, and the longer we stay here, the more it's costing the city. So I put a motion on the table here.
If I just may, I'm pretty much done on mine unless you have questions. Most of the policy or the bullet points that I wanted to speak to it generally is just here in the first two sections of this policy.
I'm not trying to cut you off personally.
I'm just.
No, I know, but it's going on and on and on with questions that some of us kind of know what it's getting at. Okay, so I put the motion out there to stop. If anybody wants to second it, go ahead.
Do we have a second for the motion to terminate the meeting?
I don't have a motion, but I do have a comment, Commissioner Garonsky. And I think I do take issue with that because I'm being the one asking questions. I think that this is a very important item that has prompted concerns from residents and some of us here in the commission. And we have been here in trainings that have lasted until 9 p.m. And this is the commitment that we have made as commissioners to be diligent about the matters that come to us. And so I do take offense to that, and I will not be supporting the motion.
We do not have a second, so I guess it dies on the floor, correct?
That's correct.
Then we shall proceed. Correct?
Yes. Any other additional questions you may have regarding the policy? Like I mentioned previously, as far as the bullet points that I wanted to speak to, I've already talked about and answered questions. Again, I think the biggest point we got to it was, just understand that when we respond to these requests for outside agency, our officers go out there and abide by our policies and procedures. We do send a supervisor out there, and it's expected from them to make sure that they follow and adhere to our policies before they engage in any kind of enforcement, whatever it may be, whether it's, a disaster or an assembly, a riot, whatever the case may be.
I do have one clarifying question. And I just want to make sure that I fully understand it. And I know we are not discussing the MOU, that is not my question, but even under the MOU, the policies of Santa Ana PD still come first, right? Like that is always a priority despite, oh, sorry, yeah. Okay,
Correct.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
With regard to fact-checking requests to go and help outside agencies, how feasible would it be to do that in real time? Or how practical would it be to do that?
That's a
in your
very good
experience?
question. Again, some of these requests may be requests that have occurred prior to, so we would most definitely do fact-checking. But I mean, that's a very good question, and I would ask you the question if there's any suggestions that you guys would probably think of. How can we fact-check? I get the concern, or the suggestion is just who we're going to call at that point. Who can we actually in fact call at that point to fact-check if the person who's there is requesting us. How can we fact-check? And again, I'm open to any suggestions.
Well, so you mentioned that you treat these things like 911 calls, kind of, right? You analogize to a 911 call. If someone makes a 911 call and I don't know, lets you know that there's a shooter or something, how does the Santa Ana Police Department fact-check things like that before sending police officers out?
Unfortunately, we don't. We can't if someone says, hey, my neighbor's getting killed, and we don't respond because it sounds like it's kind of not the real deal, or this is the guy that calls all the time and it's fake, and we don't respond and someone does end up dead, there's going to be liability there. So there is no fact-checking. We get a call, and trust me when I say that our dispatchers listen to, thousands of calls, and sometimes it's their belief that it's bogus. But regardless, if they fall in the category, if they say the right things, if you will, we're going to respond.
Okay. So it sounds like what you're saying is that the city of Santa Ana, when it comes to 911 calls at least, has made a policy decision that it's more important to respond and be wrong than it is to spend time investigating something that could be an emergency, for example, before sending police officers out.
I mean, I don't think it's, in policy, but it's something that we practice.
I mean that, I'm not saying that it's necessarily like written in a policy. I'm just saying that the Santa Ana Police Department has decided that it's more important not to risk somebody getting killed. For example, in the context of a 911 call where someone calls in a shooter or something like that, than to spend time investigating to verify whether the complaint is actually legitimate before sending police officers out.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, we get calls for a bomb threat at a school. I think it's important that we call the bomb threat team and we send officers there then to try to verify, and investigate, and something is going on, because seconds could mean lives. So it's important, and I would venture to say that as commissioners and as the citizens of Santa Ana would expect us to respond as soon as we get that call for service, without trying to investigate, because that could be the difference between life or death.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Commander Lopez.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jonathan.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I am going to, on this study session, just be doing a very brief overview of a recent amendment to the Brown Act, which came by way of Assembly Bill 992. This kind of seems to become more and more pertinent given the internet age and social media, and Assembly Bill 992 directly addressed social media and internet-based platforms when it sought to amend the Brown Act, which honestly had not been amended in some time. So I think that goes to the heart of the legislature's the priority that this was, because with social media, this kind of issue of impromptu and improper meetings amongst members of a legislative body became more and more prevalent. So brief overview, I'm just going to hit some of really the high-level points. AB 992, it amended Government Code Section 54952.2, and it clarifies what kind of communications a public official may have via social media and what kind of communications are prohibited. First, AB 992 clarifies that a public official may communicate on social media platforms to answer questions, provide information to the public, or to solicit information that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. However, the latter types of communications are only allowed as long as a majority of the members of the legislative body do not use any social media platform to discuss amongst themselves official business. According to AB 992, quote, discuss amongst themselves, end quote, includes making posts, commenting, and even using digital icons that express reactions to communications. This could even include emojis made by other members of the legislative body. Second, a single contact between one public official and another normally would not constitute a prohibited serial meeting. Remember early on we talked about this idea that Commissioner Castillo-Lawton could very well contact Commissioner Perea and have a phone conversation with him, and that would not be prohibited. If it ended there, that would not in and of itself be prohibited under the Brown Act. AB 992 amended the Brown Act in this really interesting way because it could indeed make a direct communication between one member and another member a violation. And the reason that that's the case is because in my example of Commissioner Castillo-Lawton and Commissioner Perea, their viewpoints are not being shared outside of that conversation. There's no meeting to be had. But when Commissioner Castillo-Lawton posts something on his Twitter page or Instagram that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of this body, like say Santa Ana police activity, and Commissioner Perea thumbs up it, likes it, hearts it, whatever, smiley faces it, comments on it, he's publishing at that moment in time for everybody else to see that he is in agreement with or disagreement with Commissioner Castillo-Lawton's position. And therein lies the issue, is that that telephone call did not publish it, the liking does. And so that's the very unique way that AB 992 amended the Brown Act for those situations. Let me just catch my spot again. I think I mentioned 992 social media prohibitions go further. It prohibits a member of the legislative body from responding directly. We talked about that. Now, if one public official posts a comment in response to another public official's social media post about an agency issue, that could be a Brown Act violation, again, assuming the two serve on the same legislative body. So what that means is if one of our city council members were to post something, even if it were in the subject matter jurisdiction of this body, one of our commissioners could respond to that particular post because city council member, say the mayor, is not part of this legislative body. Tangentially related, yes, but not part of the same body, because you're not conducting business and voting on the same issues, the same agenda items. Things to consider about 992 and things that really are still up for debate that have not been addressed is that although AB 992 relates directly to the Brown Act, it indirectly touches on other transparency laws. For example, if a public official's social media comment could lead to Brown Act violations, does that mean that the official's posts and comments are now subject to the California Public Records Act, right? Is your social media now subject to the PRA? Considerations to really think about, because if this question is answered at some point in time in the affirmative, your entire, all those records that you hold that you believe are private could be up for public disclosure. Something to really consider, and it's not been answered. Another thing to consider is, do agencies need to retain public officials' social media posts, particularly to demonstrate whether a Brown Act violation occurred? It's not been addressed. Again, if that is something that is responded to in the affirmative, now the city of Santa Ana has the ability to retain and access your social media posts in order to monitor it and audit it potentially for Brown Act violations. This bill may also indirectly affect due process. AB 992 allows public officials to provide information to the public on social media. If the information that's posted is how a public official intends to vote on a development project, or in our case, may vote on a disciplinary recommendation, could an applicant raise a claim that the applicant was denied a fair hearing? Because if a member of the legislative body has proclaimed to the public how they would vote on an issue before even having the applicant receive a fair hearing on that issue, is there due process violations to be addressed there? And that is another consideration that has not been answered. That's an unanswered question. And if it's in the affirmative, then we really have to start monitoring what you're putting on social media as it relates to the subject matter jurisdiction of this body. And that's really all I have. I mean, it's very high level, but honestly, the amendment as it occurred to that particular government code is not entirely, it's not complicated, it's not convoluted, it's pretty straightforward, and there's not too much to discuss about it. So does anybody have any questions?
I do. I have a question. One, I'm wondering if we have, whatever we post as an individual perspective, right, is our own perspective, and whatever we're posting as in the voice of a commissioner, is there a difference or not? Oh my God, this is echoing a lot.
I think that really could be a distinction without a difference. I think there's an argument to go both ways, and I don't believe it's been fully addressed. If I were to err on the side of caution, I would say you are technically the same person. How do you parse out your opinions and your beliefs and potentially even your biases, right? If you say, well, in one sense, I'm just posting as a private person, the person I am at home, but I'm actually now I'm posting in an official capacity. So if those opinions or those beliefs are at odds with each other, it's like, well, which one is accurate?
Oh yeah, that's not what I meant. My
Oh, I'm
beliefs
sorry.
remained the same. I stayed true to my values. What I'm asking is the way in which, and I'm asking because I've seen this from other council members, the way they govern and post social media, right? And my understanding is that we're also at an informative, sorry, this is echoing and annoying me, in information capacity. So for instance, my understanding is that as commissioners, we're allowed to post about upcoming meetings and reminders as an educational form of the public in the social media. So I have 2 social media accounts, one that I've always used, public and one that's my own. I'm not saying that I'm posting different things, but I'm saying that my own personal information would not be a public record. If I'm not using that as a capacity, I'm not having Commissioner Mejia in there.
Right, so I'm sorry, Commissioner, so is what you're asking about the accessibility of that information, like under a PRA type situation or
I
a
guess
request?
both, if there's a true difference, and if there isn't, can that become a PR? Yeah, PRA.
It's still, it could. I mean, it certainly could, if that was the way a particular judge viewed it and ruled on it. It hasn't. This is why these issues are gonna be evolving, especially as more and more cases work their way potentially through, an appellate cycle. You're gonna see more and more clarity in terms of AB 992's implications, especially from the realm of, does the city have to maintain the records? Are they subject to PRA requests? I mean, maybe ultimately the holding would come down and say, if you have a private Instagram account, not accessible. If you have a public Instagram account where, what is it, if you're verified or, and you're verified as a commissioner for the Santa Ana Police, maybe that's all that would be accessible. I'm not sure, and I don't think anybody is.
Okay, thank you. And
It's
I have
just
one
something
more.
to consider.
Absolutely, I appreciate that. And I have one more question. Hypothetically, let's say I have my Facebook as Commissioner Mejia, and I'm posting publicly for the public to see about specific policies of Santa Ana PD and my personal views. Is that a violation of the Brown Act? Is that biases?
No, I don't see that as a violation of the Brown Act. I think what they were,
If I'm soliciting people to encourage them to behave a certain way, though, is that a bias?
how are you
Let's
soliciting
say-
people to behave a certain way?
Let's say my title is Commissioner Mejia on Facebook, and I post on a public network where there's accessible to the public, and I encourage, I'm asking Santa Ana residents to please vote and come to city council meeting to support X, Y, and Z policy or to oppose X, Y, and Z policy pertaining to the way that policing happens in the city. Is that a violation?
I don't per se see that as a violation. I think what we were talking about with regard to like due process and potential violations there is when you are in the role of being required to provide a fair and unbiased and I use the term applicant, but to give anybody who you have the ability to render an opinion or a ruling or a recommendation over, is that if it is going to affect that particular person's, whatever it may be, that they are seeking relief from this body for, that they're entitled to a fair and impartial hearing. And so in that context, there could be a potential, it wouldn't necessarily be a Brown Act violation, it would be a potential due process violation. And any other questions?
Yeah, quick question. What is the penalty for a Brown Act violation?
The district attorney, interestingly enough, is the prosecuting agency for Brown Act violations. As I understand it, there could be prosecutions by the district attorney. I don't know that I've ever seen or heard of one per se, but I would imagine that the conduct would probably be, need to be pretty egregious for the district attorney to prosecute and to seek any type of jail time or something like that, or monetary fines. What you would typically see with a Brown Act violation is an unwinding of the fruit, right? So if a Brown Act violation potentially led to some action, or maybe even inaction by the body, that violation could unwind, in other words, take back the action and start it at square one. It would undo it. That is typically what you see with Brown Act violations. So in other words, as an example, you have what is it, the spoken wheel or the daisy chain serial meeting occurs, right? Somehow it's proven, okay, that a serial meeting occurred, and by way of that serial meeting, measure whatever you want to call it was passed. I almost said Measure X, and I'm like, we have a Measure X. Measure A was passed, okay? If the Brown Act violation is proven, Measure A would be unwound, and it would be as though it did not exist. And so it would have to go back, and you'd have to start the process over again if that would even happen. I'm not sure from that point what the ramifications would be, but I do know that the measure could be undone, the action.
I'm having a little trouble grasping the difference between the public person and the private person. I've got my Facebook page or whatever, and as Commissioner Carpenter, and I say, hey, I don't like these things that the council's doing. And some of those things might trickle down to what happens here. I'm not clear if those are violations or not. I mean, where do you draw, and I know you were trying to explain that, where's the line drawn between that, the public person, commissioner, versus the private person?
I think the reality is that you know, when as serving your time on this commission, you're giving up a little bit of the private person, because if whether you post something on your Facebook page where you're entitled Commissioner or Vice Chair Carpenter versus your private Facebook page, which is Keith Carpenter, it doesn't matter. If you post your opinion, right, which you're allowed to do, make no mistake, I want to be very clear about this, that all of you commissioners are allowed to post your opinions on matters. This simply relates to how the commissioners, individual commissioners, respond to those posts from your fellow commissioners. There's nothing preventing you from posting your opinion. That would be improperly stifling speech. You can post that opinion, but Commissioner Castillo-Lawton cannot like it. He can't comment on it. He can't share it.
When you say post your opinion, we're going to go with the scenario route again. We have a case in front of us, and I post an opinion on it, and I say, this should have happened.
That's not a Brown Act issue.
But, and then you like it, then it becomes a Brown?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm struggling with how do you maintain that non-biased attitude that we are obligated to do by our code of ethics if I am posting things publicly, either as a private individual or the commission that says, hey, I don't like what happened here?
Again, it's not a Brown Act violation, but there are other implications of law that could be triggered.
Okay.
Maybe you should explain like what the due process issue is. Why it's important.
Your microphone.
I think it would be helpful if you explained what the due process issue is and why it's important, because I think that would give context to the issue that you're describing.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So when a government is in a position to take something from an individual, whatever it may be, we call it a taking, right? Whenever the government is in a position to do that, whatever that may be, it could be property, it could be entitlements to benefits, it could be a job, exactly.
It could be rights.
So whenever a government is in a position to take that from somebody, that person who it could be taken from is entitled to due process. And think of that as a fair and impartial evaluation or hearing on their claim that it shouldn't be taken from them. And so if you were to post on your social media site that I think that the Santa Ana Police Department's their pursuit policy is outdated and needs to be updated in various ways. Join me at a coffee in the park to discuss, with the constituents, ways to change their traffic policy. That's not a, there's no deprivation, there's no taking. All you're doing is suggesting that a Santa Ana police policy be changed, it be revised, okay? So you can post that. If you were to say, Officer so-and-so needs to be fired because of X, Y, and Z, he did this, you are in a position, potentially in a position, to adjudicate or hear what may happen to officer.
Well, and let's assume that we are actually evaluating a decision that an officer made. So in this case, the officer that City Attorney Jonathan described, we're going to vote on whether there should be administrative action or not.
Agreed. And that's what's.
But he's before it. But that issue is actively before us, and then you go on social media and express your opinion before they've had an opportunity to present their case, and we do the hearing process. You've already pre-committed to an opinion.
Exactly.
That's where the issue is implicated, if I understand correctly.
That is correct.
Yeah, and you expressed it very well, thank you.
Yeah, and that creates an issue for the city, because whoever is on the receiving end of our decision as a commission would be able to argue that they didn't receive a fair hearing and sue the city on substantive due process grounds.
And I appreciate that, and again, what I'm struggling with a little bit, I understand if we're in the middle of a case like that, that we're hearing. It just, like I say, it's troubling to me to think that I could go in there and say, hey, as a private citizen, say, hey, I don't agree with this, when I'm publicly saying that I'm already biased. And if I understood my code of ethics classes that I went through, I am obligated to be non-biased. I'm obligated to be non-prejudicial. So I'm struggling with how you do that when you come out into a public forum and not asking for opinion or input from anybody else and say, hey, I think this is wrong, or Officer X should get Y. I'm struggling with that internally because I don't think that's non-biased.
I agree that it's non-biased. I think we're saying the same thing.
I understand that's not a Brown Act until you say, hey, whatever or whatever. I fully appreciate that. I guess I'm more concerned that, I guess what I'm expressing is not a Brown Act, it's more a code of ethics violation.
Potentially, I really do view the Brown Act more as it's a transparency. The Brown Act is a transparency statute. It's designed to ensure that the public sees every single thing and has access to every single thing that you discuss as a body. That's the Brown Act, unless it can occur behind closed doors, which is limited and we've talked about. So the Brown Act is about transparency, but that does not mean that there is not a host and series of other laws that would still apply to the conduct and the actions taken by a particular body.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Any other questions? I think that concludes our end of the study session. Thank you, Jonathan, appreciate it. We'll move on to the comment section of the meeting, and we'll go to staff comments.
I was going to comment about the complaints, and I pretty much already addressed that earlier, so that was going to be my only comment. Again, raw format, it's taking some time to transcribe. We will get them out, and we'll get them to the commissioners in the proper format.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any other staff comments? Okay, we'll move on to commissioner comments. We'll start on the left here. Commissioner Saeed.
Thank you. This last week I did the simulation training, and just to let you all know, it really was an insightful experience. It was nothing like I had envisioned in my mind, and I want to thank these two officers for their time in setting that up and giving us the experience. it definitely puts you in a position where you've never felt in your life. At least it did for me, and I don't know how Vice Chair Carpenter felt. There's a lot of trust that has to go on between officers and the community, and I think I came in with a kind of naive sense in trusting everyone I encounter, and I think this experience sort of opened my eyes to how you can really be the best police officer when you're extremely mindful of your surroundings and you're consistently training and doing the best that you can in terms of understanding your community, but not being naive at the same time. So I'd encourage you all to do the same. It was a great experience, so thank you.
Commissioner Mejia?
Yeah, I just want to thank you both for the presentation. It was really informative. I definitely learned a lot and had a lot more clarity on policies. And then I also just wanted to make a comment. We've had presentations before about working together and how that creates credibility. So I really encourage us to really think about that and how we can work together moving forward, especially given that we're going to be getting now the complaints, and how that's going to be important to have credibility in all of us as a commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Pereira?
Thank you again, Sergeant Sontag, for the training. I really appreciate the way that you present information to us, and it's very engaging all the time. So thank you for that, and thank you, Assistant City Attorney, for looking into the issue of the complaints. I'm glad that that issue has been resolved. So I feel that the Commission can be a little bit more at ease in terms of knowing that is functioning. That will be my comments for today.
Thank you. Commissioner Goransky?
I've already thanked Sergeant Sontag there for the wonderful presentation. Maybe a little of both. Presentation tonight. It was a lot of it I've heard before, but it's always good to hear it again. It's been many years. And also to Commander Lopez, too, for his information that he was giving us, too. You both do a wonderful job, as always. Thank you.
Commissioner Castillo-Lawton.
What time is it? 9? Yes, I have a number of comments, so I'm kidding. I just want to say thank you to Sergeant Sontag and Commander Lopez for the presentations. I thought they were very helpful, especially the case law section. I thought it was really powerful to hear about some of the facts and how courts have ruled on certain issues in the past. So again, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. Again, I went through the simulator trading also, and it was very enlightening. And I think it's a great resource for the city, and I think training in general is a great resource for the city, one of the best money spent. And again, I thank you guys for the training, the continued training, in fact. Other than that, I think I'm good to go, and I'm going to call the adjournment. Wait, we have one more.
Speaking of the training, so I really would like to do the simulator training. I think the last training that was hosted, we got notification without very much kind of leeway. I think we were notified on Tuesday or Wednesday that there was a simulation available on Thursday at 9 o'clock. I'm an attorney, and it's hard to, kind of take time off of work on short notice. And so I would really like to do it if it's possible to schedule another simulator training and provide more notice. That would be much appreciated.
Absolutely. If you want to just meet me after, and then we can get at least an email or phone number, and we'll coordinate. And my apologies. I know one of the commissioners had set up an appointment, and then I asked Jonathan to send out an email, hoping that others would come. But that's my apologies.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, again, any of the commissioners that have not done the training, I would highly encourage you to do that. And I also highly encourage everybody to do the ride-along. I think it's very beneficial. It gives you an inside perspective on what really happens. It's easy to look at the outside and say, this should be done, that should be done. But when you're really there, you get to live it. So that's my final comment. So we will adjourn the meeting, and the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Police Oversight Committee is scheduled for July the 11th, 2024, at 5 p.m. You've got a 2023 in there.
Recording stopped.